chairman of the Central Military Commission. So going forward, as I see it, it is hoped that ahead of the G20 summit on September 9 and 10, between now and then, it's a fortnight and more, hopefully the message would percolate down and we will see some movement in the direction of disengagement and de-induction, which is the process which remains particularly on the sticking points of Depsang and Demchok, which are essentially legacy issues going much before this government came to power in 2014.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for that deep insight into what it essentially means. Primarily, the question here boils down to whether that de-escalation is going to take place and if it is just an empty talk from China's side. So that's a detailed statement that's coming in from China after Prime Minister and Xi Jinping's meet on the sidelines of BRICS Summit. The statement by China that states that the two leaders had a candid and in-depth exchange of views on current India-China ties and other questions of shared interest. Not just this, the statement from China's side reads that President Xi Jinping stressed that improving China-India ties serves the common interests of two countries and people, and it is also conducive to peace, stability and development of the world and the region. The two sides should bear in mind the overall interest of their bilateral relations and handle properly the border issue so as to jointly safeguard peace and tranquility in the border region. So that's the statement that's coming in from China's side. Just of course a day after India also issued a statement stating that border standoff was discussed in these talks between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi. Also note that this, of course, comes just days ahead of the G20 summit in the national capital. On that note, listen in to the statement that's also coming from Wagner, the Foreign Secretary on India-China talks that happened on the sidelines of BRICS Summit. All right, we'll just try to play out that bite, but important to note that a statement was issued from India's side as well by the Foreign Secretary Vinay Quatra, who said that China's President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi did hold talks over the unresolved border issues along the LAC. The Prime Minister underlined the maintenance of peace and tranquility in the border areas. Listen in to that soundbite of the Foreign Secretary. All right, let's focus then. Former President of the US, Donald Trump, was released minutes after he surrendered on charges that he illegally schemed to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia, a brisk 20-minute booking that yielded a historic first. A mugshot was also released of the former US president, who was later released on a bond of $2 lakh. Listen in to that soundbite that's coming from the former US president.
What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. And everybody knows it. I've never had such support. And that goes with the other ones, too. What they're doing is election interference. They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning. And this is one instance, but you have three other instances. It's election interference. So I want to thank you for being here. We did nothing wrong at all. And we have every right, every single right, to challenge an election that we think is dishonest, that we think it's very dishonest.
Former US President calls it travesty of justice. This just minutes after he was released following his arrest in a 2020 election case. Now, eyewitnesses in Russia filmed a fire in a field and plane parts at the crash site of a business jet that belonged to a Russian mercenary chief who apparently died in this crash. The witnesses also spoke about the plane crash accident. Here's a detailed report on what we know so far.
The Embraer aircraft carrying the Wagner chief crashed on Wednesday near the village of Kuzenkino in Russia's Tver region. Residents of a village near the location of a plane accident said they heard a bang and then saw the plane crash. Russia's mercenary chief Yevhen Prigozhin and some of his top lieutenants were killed in the plane crash.
Ну, я с детьми шла с магазина по этой дороге, иду, смотрю, самолет летит. Ну, летит и летит. Потом бабах, взорвался он в небе прям и начал падать. И то, что я испугалась, детей в охапку, думала, мало ли упадет на дома. И дальше туда убежала. Потом вот он упал, оказывается, в поле. Все, больше, ну, дальше я там не была, ничего туда не ходила, не видела, ничего.
А вы испугались? Когда?
Да, конечно, страшно.
Что вы подумали?
Ну, вообще, то, что у нас в стране такая ситуация происходит, я подумала, что, может, война началась. Это самая первая мысль, что посетила меня, поэтому. Потому что мы за свои 27 лет я первый раз вижу, чтобы самолет падал, прям пожилую, поэтому.
А сколько было взрывов?
И я услышала один только. Вот он как взорвался, как будто что, ну, отлетело что-то, он прям в небе, и начал, вот он падает.
То есть он в небе на несколько кусков разлетелся?
Да, потому что в небе он взорвался.
The founder of the Wagner military company and 6 other passengers were on a private jet that crashed on Wednesday. According to Russia's Civil Aviation Authority, the plane crashed soon after taking off from Moscow with a crew of 3. Rescuers found 10 bodies and the Russian Aviation Agency has confirmed Prigozhin's death.
Ну, что-то такое бахнуло вот так, бух, и все. А потом прихожу в кухню, а вот второй этаж, а вот там поле, где это, и там сено хранилось. Я говорю, какой-то придурок сено поджег. Ну, я так подумала. Ну, потому что дым пошел, и все.
People in Moscow also reacted on the plane crash.
Сам не мог упасть. Кто-то посрался. Слишком на него много навалилось с этим мятежом, прочее. Так же просто так он не мог уйти из жизни.
Russian authorities have said the cause of the crash is under investigation. Agency report, Republic TV.
Alright, we're stepping away, short break. Coming up on the other side, details as Pakistan court delays ruling on ex-Prime Minister Imran Khan's conviction appeal.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
We are the first country to land in the south pole of the moon as well. So what is your message, sir?
It's a thing of great pride to us. Not that we did it in ISRO, but it's the whole country did it. The confidence that you give out by this process that we can also achieve as much as the powerful nations have achieved.
There were some people at that time who put a hashtag India failed. They don't understand how difficult a moon landing is.
The first experiment what we are doing, it will have unknown unknowns. And that unknowns happened for us on that day 4 years back. It's a good that unknown happened there so that we could correct ourselves and the failure we learned a lot. That failure only made us success today.
Hero for all of us. What is it like sitting next to Magnus Carlsen at such a big event?
Yeah, of course, it feels good to be in finals because I didn't really expect it, and I'm also happy that I played well in terms of chess as well. To play Magnus, it's always a pleasure.
we are the first country to land in the south pole of the moon as well. So what is your message, sir?
It's a thing of great pride to us. Not that we did it in ISRO, but it's the whole country did it. The confidence that you give out by this process that we can also achieve as much as the powerful nations have achieved.
There were some people at that time who put a hashtag India failed. They don't understand how difficult a moon landing is.
The first experiment.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Mr. Shivan, when the Prime Minister hugged you and consoled you, it was also the Prime Minister's way, the way he supported ISRO, and that gesture must have meant a lot to everybody at ISRO.
The way he hugged, the way he tapped the back, really it was soothing. And also I felt the way he consoled me, I felt that the entire nation was hugging me and consoling me. Yes, we are behind you.
The pivotal power descent has begun and the lander module is propelling towards the moon's surface along the intended trajectory.
बेस के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, आप तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये देख सकते हैं कि हम
प्रधानमंत्री जी, सर, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
The last 20 minutes of terror, it was nail biting as well.
Going to moon and landing there is not an easy task at all. So for such missions we do all those preparations which has been done for Chandrayaan 2 as well. But this time when you did for Chandrayaan 3, it is something extraordinary, I must tell you. It is not just the Chandrayaan 2, it is 4 years of hard work.
A very good morning. You're watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Rukma. Well, the BRICS Summit in Johannesburg in South Africa concluded with some major takeaways. A number of crucial and very significant announcements, including the expansion of the bloc. Even as the Prime Minister now has set out for Athens, the Greek capital, in a first of its kind visit in nearly 40 years, we take a look at all the highlights, even as we continue with our celebrations of our historic landing on the moon. All that and more in the next 1 hour, but first, the headlines. On BRICS sidelines, Prime Minister Modi has a straight talk with Xi Jinping on LAC standoff. After a power-packed BRICS summit, Prime Minister sets out on historic Greece visit today. ISRO's latest update on Chandrayaan 3 says all activities on schedule, all systems normal. Kaveri water was in top court. Tamil Nadu government's plea will be heard today. R. Madhavan directed Rocketry, based on Nambi Narayan's life, wins Best Feature Film at National Film Awards. From heartbreak in 2019 to rejoicing in 2023, ISRO has come a long way and marked its presence in the space sector. Republic spoke to K. Shivan, former ISRO chairman, who shares ISRO's journey from 2019's partial failure of Chandrayaan-2 to the success of Chandrayaan-3 in 2023. Let's listen in.
To the Chandrayaan-2 soft landing yesterday. Joining me now is former ISRO chairman K. Shivan. Mr. Shivan was in the helm during the launch of Chandrayaan-2, and his effort has been part of all these critical missions, fueled our learnings. And I just wanted to start by asking you, Mr. Shivan, we saw the images last time when the Prime Minister was hugging you and consoling you after ISRO lost contact with Chandrayaan-2 lander Vikram. And naturally, Mr. Shivan, what people would want to know, that image in 2019 had gone viral. What were your thoughts this time, yesterday? And is there a flashback moment to 2019 in your mind? Do you remember what happened that day in 2019?
Yes, definitely, sir. That is 2019 that we were eagerly waiting for this successful landing, but we could not get last minute the mishap happened. And emotionally, I was a bit down at that time, thinking that because I disappointed that entire nation was waiting for this moment to happen. So I got emotional. And by seeing me emotional, that our Honorable PM hugged me and really consoled me. And immediately after that, we got into action. And we have gone through that Chandrayaan-2 data and tried to understand what really gone wrong. And we could identify what was the problem occurred in the Chandrayaan-2 at that time itself, on that day itself. And we have configured the Chandrayaan-3 the same day of landing of Chandrayaan-2. And we have suggested some corrections, some few places, and also some design improvements also have been incorporated. And with all those things, yesterday when we went ahead once again for the mission, and we are anxiously waiting, and but luckily we could get the mission successfully. That moment was really excited me, and the emotionally I also moved yesterday. The same way what happened in the 2019. At that time it was a disappointed emotion. This time exhilarating moment. That's the difference. Otherwise, yesterday it was very happy that we could achieve the mission without any problem.
Yeah, we're seeing those pictures, Mr. Shivan. Mr. Shivan, you know, when the Prime Minister hugged you and consoled you, it was also the Prime Minister's way of telling you and everybody at ISRO that he is standing resolutely behind ISRO. That gesture of the Prime Minister, his visit, the way he supported ISRO, and that gesture must have meant a lot to everybody at ISRO, that the Prime Minister had complete confidence in the ISRO team.
Yes, sir, definitely. That is the way he hugged, the way he tapped the back, this one. Really it was soothing. And also I felt the way he consoled me, I felt that the entire nation was hugging me and consoling me. Yes, we are behind you. You go ahead very strongly with the next activity. That type of message I got on that day. And that only made us to think about Chandrayaan 3 with the corrective actions, and which now yesterday we enjoyed the fruit of that.
Absolutely. And these two images, let's keep them on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mr. Shivan with us here today, and these two images. And the story really is, viewers, that we must not come to judgment very quickly. The story really is that we must not become cynical by nature. The story really is that we must understand that behind every success in complicated missions like this, it's easy to pass comment, but to actually execute something and to such perfection is very difficult. And I think the message out of all this that I personally see is that we must not come to quick judgment. There were some people at that time who put a hashtag India failed. They don't understand how difficult a moon landing is. They don't understand how complicated it is. They don't understand the overall success rate is about 40%, and that is of the superpowers in the world. So I think for me, really the learning from all this, Mr. Shivan, is it's very easy to say, why did the lander not land? Was there a problem? Look at SpaceX, look at NASA. But it's only somebody who's on the ground who understands what goes into the whole process. So I think that for a lot of the other people, as they say, it's easy to criticize a cricketer, but it's difficult to hit a one-day century. Similarly, it is easy to pass judgment on scientists, but it's difficult to achieve what scientists have done, isn't it? I mean, therefore, I think there's a bigger story in this, isn't there, Mr. Shivan, that all of us must always remember.
Yes, sir, you are perfectly right. I fully agree with you. And the space is hard. And the first experiment what we are doing, it will have unknowns. And that unknowns happened for us on that day 4 years back. It's a good that unknown happened there, so that we could correct ourselves. And the failure, we learned a lot. That failure only made us success today. And the failure, what I would say in the Chandrayaan 2, it's a seed for the success of the Chandrayaan 3 mission. And we could understood the many things, and we could correct it, and we have gone ahead with the confidence, and this time we achieved. So I would say that the reason for success of Chandrayaan 3 is the reason behind that one is the Chandrayaan 2 failure, as you said correctly.
Well, I think these are not failures, Mr. Shivan, these are learnings. And these are not obstacles, these are challenges. I thank you so much for speaking to me, Mr. Shivan. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It was a fruitful BRICS Summit at Johannesburg in South Africa. India participated in person, the Prime Minister participating and also part of all the proceedings, in fact, all the meets that were there. His next stop is Athens today, the capital of Greece. It's a visit that holds tremendous significance, being the first by an Indian Prime Minister in nearly 4 decades. Greece has always been a very close ally, and the Prime Minister's visit is expected to strengthen ties further. Here's all you need to know.
After the successful completion of the 3-day BRICS Summit, the Prime Minister Modi will be in Greece today. PM Modi would be second Indian Prime Minister to visit Greece in 40 years.
Prime Minister always looks forward to occasions of spending time, interacting with the Indian diaspora, and in Greece it won't be any different. We have a diaspora which is about 11 to 12,000 strong, and this will be another occasion for a Prime Minister to interact with what is a very effective, increasingly an effective bridge that our diaspora forms between us and the country they reside in.
PM Modi is visiting Greece at the invitation of his Greek counterpart. He will receive a ceremonial welcome upon his arrival. and lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. On the very first day, Prime Minister Modi will hold a bilateral meet with his Greek counterpart and later on interact with business leaders from both the nations. An address to Indian diaspora is also on the cards. Before travelling to South Africa, Prime Minister Modi reiterated the importance of his visit to Greece. Given the fact that Indira Gandhi was the last Prime Minister of India to pay a state visit to the European nation in 1983, the two-day visit comes as a significant milestone in bolstering the ties between both the nations. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And going back to the BRICS meeting, the series of meetings that were held, the BRICS Business Forums meeting was the first event that Prime Minister Modi attended after his arrival in Johannesburg to attend the 15th summit of the bloc, which comprises Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. He sent out strong messages while addressing the gathering. Let's listen in to this detailed report on that and more.
The 15th BRICS Summit held in Johannesburg concluded on Thursday. Prime Minister Modi, who was in South Africa to participate in the first in-person summit of BRICS nations since 2019, made global headlines. From the stage of BRICS, PM Modi said that despite the turmoil in the global economy, India today is the fastest growing major economy in the world.
India's proposal to create a generic framework for mapping global value chains is important. This framework aims to assess vulnerabilities, minimize risks, and enhance resilience.
On the final day of the summit, BRICS leaders announced addition of 6 countries as its new members. Prime Minister Modi said that the modernization and expansion of the grouping is a message that all global institutions need to transform.
Friends, ब्रिक्स का विस्तार एवं आधुनिकीकरण इस बात का संदेश है कि विश्व के सभी इंस्टीट्यूशंस को बदलते समय की परिस्थितियों के अनुरूप ढलना चाहिए। ये एक ऐसी पहल है जो 20वीं सदी में स्थापित अन्य ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के रिफॉर्म के लिए एक मिसाल बन सकता है।
Prime Minister Modi even hailed India's strong relations with Africa.
एक्सेलेंसी, भारत ने अफ्रीका के साथ संबंधों को उच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। उच्च स्तरीय बैठकों के साथ साथ हमने अफ्रीका में 16 नए दूतावास खोले हैं। आज भारत अफ्रीका का चौथा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेड पार्टनर है और 5वां सबसे बड़ा निवेशक देश है।
And highlighted India's mantra of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
कि 3 दिन की इस बैठक से कई सकारात्मक परिणाम सामने आए हैं। हमने ब्रिक्स की 15वीं वर्षगांठ पर इसका विस्तार करने का महत्वपूर्ण फैसला लिया है। जैसा मैंने कल कहा था, भारत ने ब्रिक्स की सदस्यता में विस्तार का हमेशा से पूरी तरह समर्थन किया है। भारत का ये मत रहा है कि नए सदस्यों के जुड़ने से ब्रिक्स एक संगठन के रूप में मजबूत तथा हमारे सभी साझा प्रयासों को एक नया बल देने वाला होगा। इस कदम से विश्व के अनेक देशों का मल्टीपोलर वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर में विश्वास और सुदृढ़ होगा।
On BRICS sidelines, Prime Minister Modi also held a conversation with Chinese President Xi. Prime Minister raised the LAC situation. The two leaders agreed to direct officials for expeditious disengagement and de-escalation.
It was a conversation with President Xi Jinping, and as I said, on the sidelines of the BRICS Summit, Prime Minister had interaction with other BRICS leaders. And in that conversation with President Xi Jinping, Prime Minister highlighted India's concerns at the unresolved issues along the LAC in the western sector of the India-China border areas.
With the conclusion of BRICS Summit, India has shared a clear vision once again, proving itself to be a significant voice of Global South. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The BRICS group of nations has invited 6 new countries to join it. The debate over the expansion of BRICS, that's the Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa bloc, has topped the agenda at the 3-day summit in Johannesburg in South Africa. Here are some details about the crucial decisions that were taken and the announcements that were made with regard to expansion.
On the final day of the BRICS Summit, the South African president announced expansion of BRICS.
We have decided to invite the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to become full members of BRICS. The membership will take effect from the 1st of January 2024.
Prime Minister Modi was among the leaders who extended his support to the addition of 6 nations to the BRICS.
सबसे पहले मैं इन देशों के लीडर्स और वहां के नागरिकों को बहुत-बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि इन देशों के साथ मिलकर हम अपने सहयोग को एक नई गति और नई ऊर्जा देंगे। भारत के इन सभी देशों के साथ बहुत ही गहरे संबंध हैं, बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक संबंध है। ब्रिक्स की मदद से हमारे द्विपक्षीय सहयोग में नए आयाम अवश्य जुड़ेंगे। जिन अन्य देशों ने भी ब्रिक्स से जुड़ने की अभिलाषा व्यक्त की है, भारत उनको भी पार्टनर कंट्रीज के रूप में जुड़ने के लिए कॉन्सेंसस बनाने में योगदान देगा।
According to sources, India had taken the lead in forging consensus to select new members to add to BRICS. Over 40 countries had expressed interest in joining the BRICS and over 20 had formally applied for the process. Only 6 countries have been invited so far, but the number is expected to grow. BRICS is being viewed as an alternative to global bodies which have been viewed as dominated by the traditional Western powers. Agency Report, Republic TV.
And time for a short break here on the Morning Express. But coming up on the other side, Kaveri water was in the top court. Tamil Nadu government's plea will be heard today. Also coming up, R. Madhavan directed Rocketry based on Nambi Narayan's life wins the Best Feature Film at the National Film Awards.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
a hero for all of us. What is it like sitting next to Magnus Carlsen at such a big event?
Yeah, of course, it feels good to be in finals because I didn't really expect it, and I'm also happy that I played well in terms of chess as well. To play Magnus, it's always a pleasure.
We are the first country to land in the south pole of the moon as well. So what is your message, sir?
It's a thing of great pride to us. Not that we did it in ISRO, but it's the whole country did it. The confidence that you give out by this process that we can also achieve as much as the powerful nations have achieved.
There were some people at that time who put a hashtag India failed. They don't understand how difficult a moon landing is.
The first experiment what we are doing, it will have unknown unknowns, and that unknowns happened for us on that day 4 years back. It's a good that unknown happened there, so that we could correct ourselves, and the failure we learned a lot. That failure only made us success today.
In an exclusive conversation with Republic TV, Indian actor and director R. Madhavan shed light on what had pushed him to direct the film Rocketry. In a momentous moment, the film has now won the Best Feature Film Award in the National Film Awards that were announced yesterday. Here's more.
Okay, joining me live from Washington at the last segment of the program this evening is the great R. Madhavan, actor and director, film personality, and whose film, Rocketry, which we are so privileged to have been associated with in the past, has been given the National Award for the Best Feature Film in the country at the National Film Awards. Madhavan, many congratulations. Just want to begin by saying I look back at our interview with you and Nambi sir at that moment, and it gave me goosebumps, and I think this is so well deserved. So many congratulations.
Thank you so very much, Arnab. This is a matter of great pride. It's a momentous day of my life, an unforgettable day. And I and Nambi sir fondly remember the interview we've done with you because you were so well researched. You had seen the film over the night that I had sent it to you, and your questions were so relevant that we very fondly remember, making it the most relevant interview we gave during the release of Rocketry.
It's kind of you to say that. I also think that it is a directorial debut. So, the obvious question would be what's next. But what I would like to know really is that this particular film, which tells the story of Nambi Narayan, was an incredible subject, a very compelling story. Briefly, you can tell everyone it was a labor of love. This is an unconventional film, Madhavan. You know this. There is no formula that it follows. You put your heart, effort, soul, money, sacrifice everything into it. There's something that must have moved you about the story, about the plot and everything. I want you to just talk about it a little bit because it must have taken a lot of thought to make this film.
Yes, this story and concept was brought to me by Mr. Anant Mahadevan. And when he told me about Nambi Narayan sir, I remember wanting to do the research on him immediately. And very strangely, the last scene of this film is actually from an interview that he gave, and we had to match him and me in terms of the look so that it looks seamless during the film. But that interview that you saw where Mr. Nambinarayan breaks down and wipes his tear was the interview that I saw alone in my room. And I remember the exact moment. It's very strange, but I think maybe people have a premonition, I guess, because I got up, I clapped, I had a tear in my eye, and I said, I'm going to make this story has to be told. I remember saying that to myself, and I also remember telling myself, remember this moment, because this is going to be a moment of greatness for you, Maddie. I remember saying that to myself. So I guess it's just a divine moment. And when I looked at Nambinarayan sir's story, I thought it was baffling. And at that time, we had no idea about his achievements. And when I went and met the man in Trivandrum, I could see a silent grace and strength in this man that was not part of the story that I'd heard about it. Until then, I've only heard about a wrong case and everything that was done to him and how wrong it was. But I knew I was missing something. And Arnab, when I went to him after 6 months after writing a script that was only about the case, and he started slowly unfolding and telling me about his achievements, which is when I knew I was on the absolute right track. What I had been missing, what was nagging for the past 6 months was the fact that I was dwelling on his case when I had to dwell more on his achievements and what Nambinarayan meant for the country, for ISRO, and what his engine Vikas was going to do. And yesterday was a moment of great glory and pleasure for me because yet again, Vikas engine was involved in the launch, has never failed, and Chandrayaan proved the astuteness and the exotic ability of our ISRO scientists.
It's serendipity. Yesterday, in fact, day before yesterday, Nambi sir was on the program. So we were having this chat, and there was this little moment of frostiness between him and Madhavan Nair. Different perspectives. And we were debating how much the government has invested in ISRO. And, Nambi sir in his usual style was talking pure fact. He is not diplomatic. He's not politically correct. He said you have to put your money where your mouth is. You have to really invest. And that's the only difference. The problem is resources. You can plan and achieve anything, but it's resources. So I was thinking, day before yesterday, he was on my program. This was the conversation. Yesterday was Chandrayaan. Today we are looking at things differently. And this same person, Nambi Narayan, who was called names and all kinds of things were done today. Wherever he is going, people touch his feet and they regard him, they talk of his life, and that is your contribution. So in a way, that's you popularize space into the lingo of people. Now, I think the film becomes even more relevant, I think, after yesterday's touchdown. Don't you think? People must see what has gone into making it.
Without a doubt. I feel bad that as a film industry, we don't make more science-oriented films. We don't make heroes of our scientific achievers, of our engineers. And, that has been my only regret. And Rocketry is my first step towards that. The relevance that I think something like the Chandrayaan success is, and I want to explain this to a lot of people who keep asking, what is the benefit to the common man? What is the use of going to space? Why are we wasting so much money on it? So the fallout of the technological prowess of this country in terms of what ISRO has used for this mission is going to be so good and so helpful for consumer technology, for consumer commercial and as well as medical and scientific uses. And, to get a mission proved, puts everything in perspective that and bears testimony to the fact that this technology, this indigenously grown technology, is wonderful and working, and it benefits the common man from the very day it's been invented. And so I can understand Nambinarayan sir's angst when he says more money has to be invested. And I'm sure that people will see the merit of it, Arnab. I don't need to preach to the choir, but it's often believed that earlier on, whoever, ruled the seas, ruled the earth, and then whoever ruled the skies, ruled the earth. But we know now that space is the final frontier. Like it or lump it, we have to join that race to establish the supremacy and the actual existence of our country. So I think people like Nambinarayan sir and the rest of the phenomenal scientists of the ISRO need to be celebrated. They need to be put on our shoulders. And most importantly, we need to protect them as national assets. And I think with the success of Chandrayaan and what Rocketry has to show for it, will reiterate what I'm trying to convey right now.
So what are you going to spend more time on, acting or direction, filmmaking now?
You know, this was thrust upon me. It was not a voluntary choice or not something that I wanted to do with this film. I just written it and I hope to act in it. And I was compelled to direct it. And I'm afraid that if I do anything else without equal conviction, then people will find out that I'm not such a good director. So I'm afraid of jumping into it right now. So I will be acting for a bit. And when the calling comes and I find a subject that, resonates deep within, I will definitely jump into that arena and start directing again.
You know, it's so great to see a non-film which is essentially you can call it a work of fiction, but which is non-fiction, get the award for Best Feature Film. I'm delighted because I think non-fiction, we have so much contemporary history and future generations need to know about it. There's no better way of doing it than you are doing right now, biopics, non-fiction, etc. But Madhavan, very, very proud of you. We've seen you grow in stature, in conviction, and in your risk-taking ability. And we all wish you all the best on this great occasion. And I hope you spoke to Nambi sir. Have you spoken to him since you got the award?
He has become a father figure for me, and I think he imagined me to be his son. So the first call went out to him, and I could see the sheer joy on his face. Arnab, I can tell you that 5 years of angst, the blood, the sweat, the agony, everything just got wiped away in that 1 second. My wife and I made the video call to him, and I saw in his face the radiance and the sheer joy of a man vindicated, and I cannot thank God enough for that particular moment.
Yeah. That is the biggest award. Thank you, Madhavan. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for being such a great supporter, Arnab. I really appreciate this. Jai Hind.
And shifting focus now to news from the Supreme Court. The Constitution Bench, headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, heard the submission on behalf of the Union Government on the abrogation of Article 370. Here are the details in this report.
The Supreme Court continued hearing petitions on the cases challenging the dilution of Article 370 of the Constitution for 10th day. Constitution Bench comprising Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice S.K. Kaul, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, Justice B.R. Gavai and Justice Suryakant heard the pleas. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta presented arguments in favour of abrogation in the top court.
The key words really in 5 are united in a federation. In a federation. So, that is the first stage of losing sovereignty. The moment you sign accession and it is accepted.
Solicitor General Tushar Mehta also shed light upon the welfare schemes reaching the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
That's the argument, my lord. We are conscious of that. And, my lord, I'll also bear in mind your lordship's very, very pertinent observation that ends may not justify the means. I also show to your lordships the means adopted strictly within the constitutional parameters and as per various judgments of your lordship. But that's, my lord, after, my lord, the factual chronology.
Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud urged the SG Tushar Mehta to look at the arguments the petitioners made. Responding to the query, SG Tushar Mehta pressed on the constitutional parameters.
I'm just trying to show that the argument that Jammu and Kashmir had a special status from the beginning, which continued till date, is factually wrong. The foundation is wrong. And 286 states were in the process of framing that constitution during this period of late 30s.
The petitioner's side completed the arguments in the top court yesterday. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
More from the Supreme Court, which will today hear the Tamil Nadu plea on the release of the waters of the Kaveri River by the Karnataka government. It's an ongoing tussle that has been never ending for years. The Karnataka government on its part has filed an affidavit in the top court against Tamil Nadu's request to release more water than it has. Here's a report on what led to the dispute between the two states and how it still goes on despite the passage of years.
The dispute between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka over Kaveri water has reached the top court. Days after Tamil Nadu government moved the Supreme Court seeking directions to Karnataka for the release of required amount of water.
The situation is now so because of the union government, because they did not form the Kaveri Water Management Board. If the Kaveri Water Management Board has been formed, the reservoir control would have gone to that board. I think they have formed another makeshift organization which does not have control over the reservoirs.
The Karnataka government filed an affidavit in Supreme Court.
Complete discussion ಆಯಿತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ. ನಮ್ದೇನು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಏನೀಗ ಹೊಸ ಬೆಂಚು ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಕಾವೇರಿ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಳಲಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಹಿತವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ರೈತರ ಹಿತವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೀಗಾಗಲೇ ಇವತ್ತು ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
The Karnataka government had even called an all-party meeting to address the issue of the Kaveri water release on Wednesday.
Government has filed a petition asking water to be released.
Yes, sir.
According to our stand, the petition filed by the Tamil Nadu government is not maintainable because Supreme Court has already given a final verdict on the Kaveri dispute between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka.
The dispute has led to the protest by farmers in Karnataka. BJP has accused the Karnataka government of releasing water under pressure. A three-judge bench of the Apex Court headed by Justice B.R. Gavai will hear Tamil Nadu's plea today. All eyes will be on Supreme Court's decision on resolving the decades-long dispute between two states.
And the National Film Awards 2023 were announced on the 24th of August in Delhi. That's yesterday. And fans of Indian cinema have been waiting for this moment with bated breath to hear the names of the winners. So here goes.
The 69th National Film Awards ceremony is the most prominent, coveted and prestigious film award ceremonies in India. This year, there was a direct and major face-off between some brilliant films. The work of the artists and filmmakers in 2021, when the world was grappling with the COVID-19, was finally acknowledged.
Friends, we have gathered here today for the announcement of the 69th National Film Awards for the year 2021. The list of awardees has been shortlisted.
After a significant shutdown, very few movies in 2021 tried to revive the theatrical run while pulling cinephiles back to the big screen.
The awards are being given in 31 categories in the feature film section, 24 categories in the non-feature films section, and 3 categories in best writing on cinema.
280 feature films in 20 languages were selected. RRR won multiple awards in the National Film Awards ceremony.
Best Action Direction Award, which means it is for stunt choreography. RRR, in Telugu language, stunt choreographer King Solomon.
Feature Film Award.
Best Male Playback Singer, RRR Telugu, singer Kalabhairava, song Komuram Bhimudo.
Popular film providing wholesome entertainment.
Best Popular Film providing the wholesome entertainment. RRR, producer DVV Entertainments LLP, director S.S. Rajamouli.
And the Best Popular Film Providing Wholesome Award amongst many other titles.
Best Action Direction Award, which means it is for stunt choreography. RRR, in Telugu language, stunt choreographer King Solomon. Best choreography, RRR, Telugu, choreographer Prem Rakshist. Best special effects, RRR, special effects creator V. Srinivas Mohan.
Allu Arjun won the National Film Award for the Best Actor for his excellent performance as Pushpa Raj in Pushpa, The Rise.
Pushpa, The Rise, lead actor Allu Arjun.
The team of Pushpa, including director Sukumar and Allu Arjun's family, celebrated the win together. The Kashmir Files is back, the best film that covers social issues, along with Nargis Dutt Award for Best Feature Film on National Integration.
The Kashmir Files. Producer Z Studios Limited. Director Vivek Ranjan Agnihotri.
And also taking home the award for the Best Supporting Actress.
Kashmir Files in Hindi. Supporting Actress Pallavi Joshi.
जहां पंचतंत्र लिखा गया वो कश्मीर हमारा था तू जानता ही क्या है कश्मीर के बारे में
While the award for the much awaited Best Feature Film went to Rocketry.
600 किलोग्राम बनाकर खुश हो रहे हैं सर ये रॉकेटरी नहीं है
Best Feature Film. Rocketry, the Nambi Effect in Hindi. Producer Rocketry Entertainment LLP. Director R. Madhavan.
This is a matter of great pride. It's a momentous day of my life, an unforgettable day. And I and Nambi sir fondly remember the interview we've done with you because you were so well researched. You had seen the film over the night that I had sent it to you, and your questions were so relevant that we very fondly remember, making it the most relevant interview we gave during the release of Rocketry.
ऑक्सफोर्ड का मतलब समझाने के लिए उन्होंने तुम्हारी तस्वीर छाप रखी है
It was a true celebration of Indian filmmaking at the 69th edition of National Film Awards ceremony. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After a very short break, in news that's coming up, Trump surrenders at Fulton County Jail in Georgia election case. Also coming up, on sidelines of BRICS, Prime Minister Modi has a straight talk with Xi Jinping on LAC standoff.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty, and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
The last 20 minutes of terror, it was nail-biting as well.
Going to moon and landing there is not an easy task at all. So for such missions, we do all those preparations, which has been done for Chandrayaan 2 as well. But this time, when you did for Chandrayaan 3, it is something extraordinary, I must tell you. It is not just the Chandrayaan 2, it is 4 years of hard work to understand what went wrong. And it's test of hundreds of tests. It has to perform. That's how it is engineering is science is.
The pivotal power descent has begun and the lander module is propelling towards the moon's surface along the intended trajectory.
बेस के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि
लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये देख सकते हैं कि हम
प्रधानमंत्री जी, सर, वी हैव अचीव्ड सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग ऑन द मून। इंडिया इज ऑन द मून।
भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The headlines. Former US President Donald Trump surrenders at Fulton County Jail in Georgia election case, later released on a $200,000 bond. On the sidelines of BRICS, Prime Minister Modi has straight talk with Xi Jinping on LAC standoff. After power-packed BRICS Summit, Prime Minister heads to historic Greece visit today. Pakistani court delays ruling on ex-Prime Minister Imran Khan's conviction appeal. Japan releases radioactive water from Fukushima plant into Pacific amid protests. China imposes blanket ban on seafood imports. And in news that's coming up, Japan releases radioactive water from Fukushima plant into Pacific amid protests. China imposes blanket ban on seafood imports.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
We are the first country to land in the south pole of the moon as well. So what is your message, sir?
It's a thing of great pride to us. Not that we did it in ISRO, but it's the whole country did it. The confidence that you give out by this process that we can also achieve as much as the powerful nations have achieved.
There were some people at that time who put a hashtag India failed. They don't understand how difficult a moon landing is.
The first experiment what we are doing, it will have unknowns, and that unknowns happened for us on that day 4 years back. It's a good that unknown happened so that we could correct ourselves, and the failure we learned a lot. That failure only made us success today.
Hero for all of us. What is it like sitting next to Magnus Carlsen at such a big event?
Yeah, of course, it feels good to be in finals because I didn't really expect it, and I'm also happy that I played well in terms of chess as well. To play Magnus, it's always a pleasure.
The last 20 minutes of terror, it was nail biting as well.
Going to moon and landing there is not an easy task at all. So for such missions we do all those preparations which has been done for Chandrayaan 2 as well. But this time when you did for Chandrayaan 3, it is something extraordinary, I must tell you. It is not just the Chandrayaan 2, it is 4 years of hard work to understand what went wrong, and it's test of hundreds of tests. It has to perform. That's what is engineering is, science is.
Eyewitnesses in Russia filmed a fire in a field and plane parts at the crash site of a business jet that belonged to Russian mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin. Eyewitnesses also talked about the plane crash and how it happened. Here's a detailed report on this. Take a look.
The Embraer aircraft carrying the Wagner chief crashed on Wednesday near the village of Kuzenkino in Russia's Tver region. Residents of a village near the location of a plane accident said they heard a bang and then saw the plane crash. Russia's mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin and some of his top lieutenants were killed in the plane crash.
Ну, я с детьми шла с магазина, по этой дороге иду, смотрю, самолет летит. Ну, летит и летит. Потом бабах, взорвался он в небе прям и начал падать. И то, что я испугалась, детей в охапку, думала, мало ли упадет на дома. И дальше туда убежала. Потом вот он упал, оказывается, в поле. Все, больше, ну, дальше я там не была, ничего туда не ходила, не видела, ничего.
А вы испугались, когда?
Да, конечно, страшно.
Что вы подумали?
Ну, вообще, то, что у нас в стране такая ситуация происходит, я подумала, что, может, война началась. Это самая первая мысль, что посетила меня, поэтому... Потому что мы за свои 27 лет, я первый раз вижу, чтобы самолет падал, прям вживую, поэтому...
А сколько было взрывов?
И я услышала один только. Вот он как взорвался, как будто что, ну, отлетело что-то, он прям в небе, и начал, вот он падать.
То есть он в небе на несколько кусков развалился?
Да, потому что в небе он взорвался.
The founder of the Wagner military company and 6 other passengers were on a private jet that crashed on Wednesday. According to Russia's Civil Aviation Authority, the plane crashed soon after taking off from Moscow with a crew of 3. Rescuers found 10 bodies and the Russian Aviation Agency has confirmed Prigozhin's death.
Ну, что-то такое бахнуло вот так, бух, и все. А потом прихожу на в кухню, а вот второй этаж, а вот там поле, где это, и там сено хранилось. Я говорю, какой-то придурок сено поджег. Ну, я так подумала. Ну, потому что дым пошел, и все.
People in Moscow also reacted on the plane crash.
Сам не мог упасть. Кто-то посрался. Слишком на него много навалилось с этим мятежом, прочее. Так же просто так он не мог уйти из жизни.
Russian authorities have said the cause of the crash is under investigation. Agency report, Republic TV.
And coming up in other news that we're tracking, the Kaveri water was in the top court now. Tamil Nadu government's plea to be heard today. Also, R. Madhavan directed Rocketry based on scientist Nambi Narayan's life wins Best Feature Film at the National Film Awards.
The pivotal power descent has begun and the lander module is propelling towards the moon's surface along the intended trajectory.
बेस के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, आप तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये देख सकते हैं कि हम
प्रधानमंत्री जी, sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
Mr. Shivan, you know, when the Prime Minister hugged you and consoled you, it was also the Prime Minister's way, the way he supported ISRO, and that gesture must have meant a lot to everybody at ISRO.
The way he hugged, the way he tapped the back, really it was soothing. And also I felt the way he consoled me, I felt that the entire nation was hugging me and consoling me. Yes, we are behind you.
We are the first country to land in the south pole of the moon as well. So what is your message, sir?
It's a thing of great pride to us. Not that we did it in ISRO, but it's the whole country did it. The confidence that you give out by this process that we can also achieve as much as the powerful nations have achieved.
There were some people at that time who put a hashtag India failed. They don't understand how difficult a moon landing is.
The first experiment what we are doing, it will have unknown unknowns. And that unknowns happened for us on that day 4 years back. It's a good that unknown happened there so that we could correct ourselves, and the failure we learned a lot. That failure only made us success today.
A very good morning. It's 9 a.m. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Let's start this edition first up with a quick check of the top headlines this morning.
With President Xi Jinping of China, Prime Minister highlighted India's concerns on the unresolved issues along the LAC.
On BRICS sidelines, Prime Minister Modi holds straight talk with Xi Jinping on LAC standoff. After power-packed BRICS Summit, Prime Minister to heads for historic Greece visit. ISRO's latest update on Chandrayaan-3, all activities on schedule, all systems also normal. Kaveri water wars in top court. Tamil Nadu government's plea will be heard in the Supreme Court today. R. Madhavan directed Rocketry based on Nambi Narayan's life wins the best feature film at National Film Awards. A very good morning. All eyes will today be on Prime Minister's historic visit to Greece today. Remember, it's the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Greece in 40 years. The visuals on your screens of the Indian diaspora that is awaiting arrival of Prime Minister. So celebrations galore as Prime Minister is all set to reach Greece in just some time from now. In fact, the Indian diaspora has been eagerly awaiting Prime Minister's visit, which is going to be the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in 40 years. So all eyes will be on this big visit of the Prime Minister to Greece. The Prime Minister will also be interacting with the business leaders. Not just that, the Prime Minister will be holding bilateral talks with the President as well as the Prime Minister. So a business lunch would also be hosted by the Greek counterpart, which is scheduled during Prime Minister's visit. Not just this, the Prime Minister will also lay a wreath at the tomb of unknown soldier in Athens and interact with the Indian community there. The visuals there on your screens are live that are coming from Athens, as the Indian community has been eagerly awaiting Prime Minister's visit, which is the first by any Prime Minister to Greece in 40 years. Well, let's take a closer look at those visuals also of the Indian diaspora that's awaiting Prime Minister's arrival to the country. And just to read out the statement also that's been put out by the MEA ahead of Prime Minister's visit to Greece. The MEA has stated that following his visit to South Africa, which is now concluded, the Prime Minister will pay an official visit to Greece today at the invitation of his Greek counterpart. And this will be the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Greece in 40 years. The statement further states that India and Greece enjoy civilizational ties which have strengthened in recent years through cooperation in areas like maritime transport, defense, trade and investment, and people-to-people ties. So in these bilateral talks that will be held between the Prime Minister Modi and the Greek counterpart, discussions would be held on cooperation in areas including transport, defense, trade and investment, among others. And just in some time from now, the Prime Minister would touch down in Greece. And the Prime Minister, as he concluded his BRICS Summit as a gesture of cultural exchange, gifted indigenous gifts to the world leaders at the BRICS, gifted special presents to the organization's leaders, including the South African President, the First Lady of South Africa, and Brazilian President as well. In fact, details are coming in of those indigenous gifts that were presented by the Prime Minister to the BRICS leaders, which includes a pair of surahi from Telangana to the South African President, a Nagaland shawl to the First Lady of South Africa, and a painting as well, a tribal painting from Madhya Pradesh to the Brazilian counterpart. So those were the gifts that were given by the Prime Minister to the BRICS leaders. The indigenous gifts, so as to say, to the BRICS leaders, which includes a Nagaland shawl, a painting and surahi from Telangana. In fact, it's a Bidri work pair of surahi from Telangana that's been gifted to the South African President, a 500-year-old Persian Indian innovation that has been given to the South African counterpart. Not just this, to the First Lady of South Africa, the Prime Minister gifted a Nagaland shawl, and to the Brazilian counterpart, the Prime Minister gifted a painting from Madhya Pradesh. And to more news break that's coming in of the new images that have been released by ISRO of Chandrayaan 3 mission. The picture there from the south polar region of the moon. Fresh images as the space exploration of 14 days has now begun. The post that's also been put out by ISRO that states that the camera with the best resolution anyone currently has around the moon spots Chandrayaan 3 lander after the landing on 23rd of August. So these are images that were captured on 23rd of August, which have been captured by the camera with the best resolution anyone currently has around the moon. So that's what's been stated in this post that's been put out by the ISRO of Chandrayaan 3 mission. The space exploration, remember, the 14-day space exploration has begun, and these are the latest images that have been shared high resolution by the ISRO team. So these images on your screens are from the south polar region of the moon. Orbiter high resolution camera of Chandrayaan 2 has captured these images with the best resolution anyone currently has. And it's spotted Chandrayaan 3 lander after the arrival, after the touchdown, after the landing on 23rd of August. So these images have been captured by Chandrayaan 2 orbiter of Chandrayaan 3. The images of the south polar region of the moon upon the soft landing on the lunar surface on 23rd of August. And to read out the post that's been put out by ISRO, which states that Chandrayaan 3 mission, I spy you, Chandrayaan 2 orbiter photo shoots Chandrayaan-3 lander. So it's Chandrayaan-2 that has captured the images of Chandrayaan-3 mission as it undertakes the 14-day space exploration. Remember, India is the first country to have landed on the south polar region of the moon, and with this, India essentially enters the elite club of nations on space exploration. India is the fourth country to have landed on the moon and the first on the south polar region of the lunar surface. So those are images on your screens that have been captured by Chandrayaan-2 of Chandrayaan-3. These are high-resolution images that have been captured. ISRO in its post states that the camera with the best resolution anyone currently has. So of the three countries that have so far landed on the moon, it's the best resolution images that have been captured as of yet by India and any country so far of the moon. And these images have been captured by Chandrayaan-2's orbiter high-resolution camera of Chandrayaan-3, the rover as it landed. Remember, the soft landing on the lunar surface, the south polar region of the moon happened on 23rd of August. And these are the high-resolution pictures on your screens. A lot of scientific experiments would be conducted in these 14 days of space exploration, which has now begun. This after India successfully soft-landed on the lunar orbit, the south polar region of the moon. Remember, Chandrayaan-3 is the third Indian lunar exploration mission under the ISRO's Chandrayaan program. And let's go across to Niranjan, who's joining us. Niranjan, if you can talk to us more about these pictures. These are high resolution, of course, which have been captured by Chandrayaan-2 of Chandrayaan-3 mission.
Well, these are fantastic images. In fact, what you're seeing right now are the first pictures of the Chandrayaan orbiter taking a photo of the Chandrayaan-3 lander. Now, we know the Chandrayaan-2's orbiter was still functional. It was orbiting the moon, and we have the first picture coming in. In the second, in fact, there are two pictures that have been put out, and in the second picture, you can clearly see the lander on the surface of the moon. This is the Chandrayaan-2's orbiter high-resolution camera. In fact, after Chandrayaan-2, the orbiter was functional. It was, we also spoke about, and ISRO confirmed, the fact that the Chandrayaan-2 orbiter and Chandrayaan-3 lander had made contact a few days ago before the landing had happened. And this is the first picture. Even if the orbiter goes around the moon, it's also taken a picture of the lander. Beautiful picture, in fact. Chandrayaan-3 spotted by the orbiter. You see a small speck. ISRO has put out two pictures. And on the right, that's the OHRC image taken on the 23rd of August at 10:17 hours. And I'm looking at that picture right now, and you can see the lander on the surface of the moon, and there's a shadow to its left. So that's the first picture, in fact, that's been taken of. In fact, it could be the first image of the lander on the surface of the moon. I mean, in totality, you've seen the legs, you've seen the shadow in some pictures, and you've seen a picture of the rover rolling out. And this is the first picture of the Chandrayaan-3 lander as taken by the two orbiter, the Chandrayaan-2 orbiter. Basically, Chandrayaan-2 was partial success because Chandrayaan-2 orbiter is still functional, and this photo was taken by Chandrayaan-2. It shows the complete success of and highlights the complete success of India's moon mission, even as the Chandrayaan-2 orbiter and the 3 lander continue to make contact.
Yes, and if you could once again stress on these high-resolution images, which we understand is the best resolution any country has so far captured, which means of those 3 countries that have landed so far, India has, of course, got that first high-resolution pictures of the moon.
Well, essentially, there are a few, aspects that are at play right now. One is all activities, first of all, are on schedule, and that's been reiterated by ISRO even in a tweet last evening. All systems are normal, and which means everything is functional, including the cameras on board. The lander module payloads, and there are several payloads. I think there are 3 of them. ILSA, Ramba, and Chast have been turned on already. The rover which will rove on the moon for 14 lunar days. Its mission life is 14 lunar days. It will be in 500 meters, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer radius around that landing spot and collect samples. It has its task cut out. The rover mobility operations have already started. Now, shape payload on the propulsion module was turned on Sunday. And yesterday we also saw another video of how the lander imager camera captured the moon's image just prior to touchdown. So, apart from the videos that we're seeing, this picture that you see is for the first time taken from above the surface of the moon, of course from a significant altitude, where the Orbiter 2 has perhaps captured this high-resolution image of the lander on its exact landing spot on the moon. It's the first time that we've seen the lander on the surface after it has landed.
All right, thank you for those details and those insights. So, of course, a lot of these images can be expected in the next 12 to 13 days as the space exploration, the 14 days space exploration by the Chandrayaan mission has begun. So, a lot of scientific experiments would be conducted in the 14 days time as the mission has been ongoing. It started and it was on 23rd of August that the soft landing in the South Polar region of Vikram lander happened, following which you see those high resolution images that have been captured by Chandrayaan 2 of 2019 of Chandrayaan 3. And let's focus in to the statement that's now been released by China of the bilateral exchange which happened between India and China. The statement from China's side reads that President Xi Jinping held talks with Prime Minister Modi on the sidelines of BRICS Summit. The two leaders had a candid and in-depth exchange of views on current China-India relations and other questions of shared interest as well. President Xi Jinping stressed that improving China-India relations serves the common interests of the two countries and people and is also conducive to peace, stability and development of the world and the region. So that's what the statement reads, saying that improving India-China relations serves common interests and that border issues should be handled properly. On that note, also listen in to the statement that came in from the Foreign Secretary of India on these bilateral talks that were held between President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi on the sidelines of the BRICS Summit.
On the sidelines of the BRICS Summit, Prime Minister had interactions with other BRICS leaders. In a conversation with President Xi Jinping of China, Prime Minister highlighted India's concerns on the unresolved issues along the LAC in the western sector of the India-China border areas.
So there you heard the statement that's coming from the Foreign Secretary, who states that Prime Minister Modi did speak with the Chinese president and highlighted India's concerns on the unresolved issues along the LAC. Significant to note that this comes just ahead of the BRICS, just ahead of the G20 summit, being seen by many as possibly a breakthrough when it comes to the friction points on the border area. So the question still remains whether China essentially is going to walk the talk when it comes to the de-escalation on the border area on the LAC and whether those friction points along the border area would be resolved in the coming days and months. The statement by the Foreign Secretary states that in this regard, President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi agreed to direct relevant officials as well to intensify efforts to at expeditious disengagement and de-escalation as well. Also note that 19th round of Corps Commander talks were held just recently, and these bilateral talks between President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi just comes days ahead of the G20 summit. The former US President Donald Trump surrendered in Georgia 2020 election case. He was later released on a $2 lakh bond. Former US President Donald Trump surrendered in Georgia 2020 election case. Donald Trump was later released on a $2 lakh bond.
What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. And everybody knows it. I've never had such support. And that goes with the other ones too. What they're doing is election interference. They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning. And this is one instance, but you have 3 other instances. It's election interference. So I want to thank you for being here. We did nothing wrong at all. And we have every right, every single right, to challenge an election that we think is dishonest, that we think it's very dishonest.
Addressing the media after his release, Donald Trump called his arrest a travesty of justice and an election interference. Bureau Report, Republic TV. Now, despite losing the game, 18-year-old chess prodigy Pragananda won hearts of many in the country as he showed terrific composure and some extraordinary moves as well throughout the tournament that was played on Thursday.
In a battle of minds, age is just a number. And who would prove that better than the Indian prodigy Ram Babu Pragananda?
I'm really happy to see Prag playing Magnus Carlsen in the finals, but it's nice to see that he is able to play in such a big match against the world number 1 Magnus Carlsen in the finals of the World Cup. Very excited for him and very happy for how he has handled all the pressures in the last few weeks.
Even as his unbelievable run in the Chess World Cup 2023 came to an end when he faced world number 1 Magnus Carlsen in a tie-break finale.
Yeah, of course, I wanted to get a game, try to get a fight, but yeah, he was very clinical in that way. I didn't get any chance at all. And yeah, he has been in such situations so many times, so he has a very good experience. So yeah, it was very tough. I think the crucial one was game 1. I was trying to create some chance in the game 2, but I couldn't get any.
India is proud of Pragananda.
ये दिखाता है कि भारत की खेलों में एक नई ताकत उभर कर आ रही है और चेस में विश्वनाथ आनंद बहुत वर्षों तक अच्छा करते रहे। अब हमारे ये जो नए खिलाड़ी हैं, इन्होंने बहुत सारों ने इस टूर्नामेंट में, वर्ल्ड कप में बहुत शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और प्रगनंदा ने जो किया है वो तो अपने आप में काबिल तारीफ है। पूरे देश की उनको बधाई।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi said Pragananda's run to the final was no small feat. President of India Draupadi Murmu praised Pragananda for displaying the highest level of excellence. Sachin Tendulkar also took to social media to congratulate Pragananda for his feat. Following which, the star kid said,
yeah, of course, Sachin sir is one of my favorite players, and yeah, to get a tweet from him is just feels amazing. And yeah, I'm very happy that they're all following chess, and it shows that chess is getting popular, and yeah, I'm very happy that
Pragananda's family says that this is the start of a new journey.
We are all very happy. Winning silver medal in the World Cup is it's not an easy thing. We are very happy.
We are very proud of Prag, and of course my parents are very happy about it, and yeah, he came this far to finals and to fight it out all out for the gold medal, and I mean the whole nation was praying for him, and yeah, he won silver, and of course he's qualified for the candidates, which is very important.
Pragananda is the only Indian player after Vishwanathan Anand to book a spot in the candidates. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
hero for all of us. What is it like sitting next to Magnus Carlsen at such a big event?
Yeah, of course, it feels good to be in finals because I didn't really expect it, and I'm also happy that I played well in terms of chess as well. To play Magnus, it's always a pleasure.
The last 20 minutes of terror, it was nail biting as well.
Going to moon and landing there is not an easy task at all. So for such missions we do all those preparations which has been done for Chandrayaan 2 as well. But this time when you did for Chandrayaan 3, it is something extraordinary, I must tell you. It is not just the Chandrayaan 2, it is 4 years of hard work to understand what went wrong, and it's test of hundreds of tests. It has to perform. That's how it is engineering is science is.
Mr. Shivan, you know, when the Prime Minister hugged you and consoled you, it was also the Prime Minister's way, the way he supported ISRO, and that gesture must have meant a lot to everybody at ISRO.
The way he hugged, the way he tapped the back, really it was soothing. And also I felt the way he consoled me, I felt that the entire nation was hugging me and consoling me. Yes, we are behind you.
The pivotal power descent has begun and the lander module is propelling towards the moon's surface along the intended trajectory.
बेस के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, आप तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये देख सकते हैं कि हम
प्रधानमंत्री जी, सर, वी हैव अचीव्ड
the latest update that's just coming in of Prime Minister arriving in Athens. This is a crucial visit by the Prime Minister to the country, as it's the first visit by any Prime Minister in 40 years. There you see the visuals of the Indian diaspora that is eagerly awaiting Prime Minister to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. So, Prime Minister Modi's touchdown in Athens has happened. It's a one-day official visit. It's a packed schedule, of course, for the Prime Minister through the day, as he will be holding bilateral talks with the Prime Minister, with the President, following which he will also be holding talks with the business leaders. Not just this, the Prime Minister is also expected to have an interaction with the Indian diaspora, the Indian community in Athens.
हमारे इस ग्रीस की पावन धरती पर आ रहे हैं, बड़ी खुशी की बात है। हम उनका दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं, तन मन से प्रार्थना करते हैं।
All right, so in moments from now, the Prime Minister will be receiving a ceremonial welcome. A packed schedule, of course, for the Prime Minister. He would be holding business talks with the leaders in Athens. Not just that, the Prime Minister will also be engaging with the Indian community. A significant visit in many ways, given that it's the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in 40 years' time. The Prime Minister has landed in Athens. Let's go across quickly to Niranjan, also joining us, our executive editor. Niranjan, once again, if you can take us to the itinerary of the Prime Minister of his one-day official visit to Greece.
Yeah, during this visit, the Prime Minister receiving a ceremonial reception on his arrival. He's scheduled to hold meetings with the Greek President and also the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi will meet his Greek counterpart, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Now, the leaders will also discuss ways to further deepen the ties between the two countries. He's also expected to interact with business leaders from both countries. He will also have an interaction with the Indian community in Greece. And a business lunch has been hosted by the Greek Prime Minister, and that's scheduled during the visit. Prime Minister Modi will also lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier in Athens and interact with the Indian community there. The Ministry of External Affairs earlier said that following his visit to South Africa, the Prime Minister will pay this official visit. This is on the invitation of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the Prime Minister of Greece. This will also be the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Greece in 40 years. So it's a symbolic and a significant visit, the first after 4 decades. Also saying that India and Greece enjoy civilizational ties which have strengthened in recent years through cooperation in areas like maritime transport, defense, trade, investments, and people-to-people ties. So these are some of the takeaways. And of course, we know that India and Greece share a very cordial friendship, and this is also significant because a lot of Indian tourists make up a significant chunk of the total inflow into Greece for tourism, etc. So a significant visit, expecting some perhaps significant outcomes as well.
All right, so we will be watching out for what essentially pans out, but focus areas, as we understand, will be investment, trade, maritime trade, and defense cooperation as well. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you glimpses of people awaiting Prime Minister's arrival in Athens.
Mr. Shivan, when the Prime Minister hugged you and consoled you, it was also the Prime Minister's way, the way he supported ISRO, and that gesture must have meant a lot to everybody at ISRO.
The way he hugged, the way he tapped the back, really it was soothing. And also I felt the way he consoled me, I felt that the entire nation was hugging me and consoling me. Yes, we are behind you.
We are the first country to land in the south pole of the moon as well. So what is your message, sir?
It's a thing of great pride to us. Not that we did it in ISRO, but it's the whole country did it. The confidence that you give out by this process that we can also achieve as much as the powerful nations have achieved.
There were some people at that time who put a hashtag India failed. They don't understand how difficult a moon landing is.
The first experiment what we are doing, it will have unknown unknowns, and that unknowns happened for us on that day 4 years back. It's a good that unknown happened there, so that we could correct ourselves, and the failure we learned a lot. That failure only made us success today.
On BRICS sidelines, Prime Minister Modi has straight talk with Xi Jinping on LAC standoff. After power-packed BRICS Summit, Prime Minister lands in Athens in Greece. ISRO's latest update on Chandrayaan-3 says all activities on schedule, all systems normal. Kaveri water wars in top court. Tamil Nadu government's plea will be heard today. R. Madhavan directed Rocketry based on Nambi Narayan's scientist Nambi Narayan's life wins Best Feature Film at National Film Awards. Hello and welcome. I'm Rukma with you in our top story in Live and Breaking here on Republic. Well, the situation in Himachal continues to be grim as 13 new deaths were reported in the last 2 days. 6 people have been reported missing. 709 roads have been blocked in the state. 12,500 homes have collapsed. The death toll is currently at 361. And it's a situation that continues to be grim in the aftermath of extremely heavy torrential rains. It's the third phase of the monsoon, it would seem, in the Himalayan state. As you can see in those visuals, the devastation is acute and immense. Roads breached, highways breached, homes collapsing, and the land caving in from under entire buildings. Joining me is Amandeep for the latest. Amandeep, it's over to you. Give us the latest updates on what you can tell from what authorities are saying about the latest number of casualties, relief and rescue work, also the damage. Which are the areas most seriously affected?
Well, Rukma, absolutely. The situation in Himachal Pradesh is still very grim, and in fact, the worst affected areas are Mandi and Shimla. And even today is also the weather can take any time turn. So the reason is the Himachal Pradesh state has issued the alert to very heavy rainfall, and schools and all educational institutes in Mandi as well as in Shimla has been closed for today itself. Also after having the weather protection for the heavy rains. And even if we talk about the death toll from last 2 days, 13 people have been died due to this entire rain fury, and 6 people are missing in the flash floods and the landslides as well. And this is the data of only 2 days on entire Himachal Pradesh. And even this is the third phase of monsoon which created this disaster in the entire state of Himachal Pradesh. And the total death from June 24 till date reaches to 361. Even 41 people are still missing, and search and rescue operations are still underway at the several places. And several national highways, state highways, link roads has been blocked due to heavy landslide. And if we talk about the total number, 709 roads in the entire state of Himachal Pradesh are completely blocked, and the restoration work is underway. Even having the apprehension that any time the rain can resume in the state of Himachal Pradesh. So worst affected areas are Mandi and Shimla, and the administration are on their toes. And meanwhile, the huge tragedy of Shiv Body Temple, now the rescue and search operation has been ended last evening, in fact, with the recovery of 20 bodies from that spot. So this is the entire situation in the state of Himachal Pradesh, where the situation is still very grim, and even the state is facing the damages. And around 12,500 houses has been collapsed and damaged at different places in the entire state of Himachal Pradesh. And still the damage is the state is still accessing the damage just because it is much more, because the post effects of this rain fury is more horrific in the state of Himachal Pradesh. So state is recording the loss of almost 10,000 crores from June till date, and in fact the count is still on just because the state has declared the natural calamity area in the entire state. So this is the position, Rukma, and situation is still very grim. People are very much concerned, even in Shimla, which is located on the top of the hill, and people are not able to sleep during the nights as well. Anytime rain can resume and they might face the landslide at their residential areas. Several residential areas has been affected and several houses has been evacuated as the cracks has been immersed into their houses. The land has started sinking towards the downhill. So this is the situation in the entire state of Himachal Pradesh, but still the situation is very grim, and in fact the people are very much concerned, and government is on their jobs for the search and rescue operations, and even they are trying to restore the connectivity of the roads in the entire state of Himachal Pradesh. Yes, Rukma.
Right, another area that's very seriously, severely affected, 7 homes collapsed in that, ghastly incident, the most horrific incident, and your VJ have brought us, those visuals. So you're telling us that the government on its part is taking the steps of evacuating the residents. So what is the condition? Are there relief camps that have been set up? What are the updates you can give us regarding that?
Well, absolutely. Rukma, there are certain relief camps at the different places that has been set up by the local administration. And if we talk about the last day's incident where the 7 buildings has been collapsed in Kullu's Anni, and even 3 more buildings has been declared unsafe and evacuated from the entire place, that can any time collapse from their positions. And there was no loss of life just because 3 days back the administration has evacuated all the people who were working and staying in those buildings. And even certain other buildings and the residential areas has also declared unsafe just because the land has started sinking, and some of the buildings are constructed on the top of the hill where the landslide apprehensions are very much high, and the possibility of heavy to very heavy rainfall is still sustaining on the ground. So several areas has been declared unsafe, even especially the residential areas where the thick dense population is being residing, and in fact that is the major concern. And if I show you the visuals, I am standing at the Summer Hill area. We are just on the way to Shiv Body Temple where the rescue and search operation has been ended. So this is entire Summer Hill area which is worstly affected, and in fact certain landslides and sinking incidents has been reported in this very much area also. And you can see the dense population, Rukma, the dense population. If any of the mountain started sliding towards the downhill, you can see you can assume that how much impact can give and how many lives are on the risk who are staying in the mountains. So this position is actually very uncertain. The situation is actually very concerned, and the people, especially in the residential areas in Mandi as well as Shimla, they are not able to sleep for the whole night, and some of them has been left their homes and started staying in the hotels for their own safeties. Yes, Rukma.
Many thanks, Amandeep, for that update. So Himachal Pradesh continues to face a very grim situation as far as the weather is concerned, as far as the aftermath of those heavy torrential rains are concerned. Many buildings collapsing, as you can see in those visuals, 7 at one go in Anni in Kullu district. Shimla and Mandi the worst affected. People evacuated to safer areas. But how long will this continue? Amandeep on the ground giving us all those updates. Let's move on now to other top stories.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Mandi District Administration delivers a consignment of food and medicines to remote areas of the district of Mandi with the help of Air Force helicopters. 14th Battalion of NDRF rescues 51 stranded people from cloudburst incident sites in Shenugoni and Kolanala village in Mandi district in Himachal Pradesh. Taking a dig at Chief Minister KCR and the BRS government in Telangana, the BJP president there, G. Kishan Reddy, has said that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah will address farmers of Telangana on 27th of August in Khammam. In Telangana, as farmers have been neglected for the last 9 years under Chief Minister KCR and the BRS government, loan waivers were not given to them in Telangana, for which the Union Home Minister is holding a program. to touch on all these issues related to farmers specifically.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सीनियर लीडर, भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी इसी महीने 27 को तेलंगाना प्रदेश के खम्मम शहर में एक किसान सम्मेलन में एड्रेस करने वाले हैं।
Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren moves the Supreme Court against the ED summons against him. Chief Minister Hemant Soren has now challenged the ED summons in the court. ED had summoned Hemant Soren for questioning on the 24th of August. RJD leader and Bihar Minister Tej Pratap Yadav seen pushing an RJD worker. The video, which has gone viral on social media platforms, shows Tej Pratap confronting and shoving Sumant Yadav, who is believed to be an RJD worker. The Bihar minister can also be heard cursing after the confrontation. West Bengal Governor Ananda Bose reaches out to ISRO to identify appropriate technology solutions to curb ragging in colleges and university campuses. Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh missed his August 24th deadline on notice of the Committee of Privileges in Parliament that has sought a response from him on his alleged misconduct in the upper house that led to his suspension from the House. The National Film Awards 2023 have been announced. They were announced yesterday in New Delhi on the 24th of August, and fans of Indian cinema. This is an announcement that has long been awaited by fans of Indian cinema. To hear the winners' names, so here goes.
The 69th National Film Awards ceremony is the most prominent, coveted and prestigious film award ceremonies in India. This year, there was a direct and major face-off between some brilliant films. The work of the artists and filmmakers in 2021, when the world was grappling with the COVID-19, was finally acknowledged.
Friends, we have gathered here today for the announcement of the 69th National Film Awards for the year 2021. The list of awardees has been shortlisted.
After a significant shutdown, very few movies in 2021 tried to revive the theatrical run while pulling cinephiles back to the big screen.
The awards are being given in 31 categories in the feature film section, 24 categories in the non-feature films section, and 3 categories in best writing on cinema.
280 feature films in 20 languages were selected. RRR won multiple awards in the National Film Awards ceremony.
This is the Best Action Direction Award, which means it is for stunt choreography. RRR, in Telugu language, stunt choreographer King Solomon.
Feature Film Award.
Best Male Playback Singer, RRR Telugu, singer Kala Bhairava, song Komuram Bhimudo.
Popular film providing wholesome entertainment.
Best Popular Film providing the wholesome entertainment. RRR, producer DVV Entertainments LLP, director SS Rajamouli.
And the Best Popular Film providing wholesome award amongst many other titles.
Best Action Direction Award, which means it is for stunt choreography. RRR, in Telugu language, stunt choreographer King Solomon. Best choreography, RRR, Telugu, choreographer Prem Rakshist. Best special effects,
RRR, Special Effects Creator V. Srinivas Mohan.
Allu Arjun won the National Film Award for the Best Actor for his excellent performance as Pushpa Raj in Pushpa, The Rise.
Pushpa, The Rise, lead actor Allu Arjun.
The team of Pushpa, including directors Sukumar and Allu Arjun's family, celebrated the win together. The Kashmir Files is back, the best film that covers social issues, along with Nargis Dutt Award for Best Feature Film on National Integration.
The Kashmir Files. Producer Z Studios Limited. Director Vivek Ranjan Agnihotri.
And also taking home the award for the Best Supporting Actress.
Kashmir Files in Hindi. Supporting Actress Pallavi Joshi.
जहाँ पंचतंत्र लिखा गया वो कश्मीर हमारा था तू जानता ही क्या है कश्मीर के बारे में
While the award for the much awaited Best Feature Film went to Rocketry.
600 किलोग्राम बनाकर खुश हो रहे हैं सर ये रॉकेटरी नहीं है
Best Feature Film. Rocketry, the Nambi Effect in Hindi. Producer Rocketry Entertainment LLP. Director R. Madhavan.
This is a matter of great pride. It's a momentous day of my life, an unforgettable day. And I and Nambi sir fondly remember the interview we've done with you because you were so well researched. You had seen the film over the night that I had sent it to you, and your questions were so relevant that we very fondly remember, making it the most relevant interview we gave during the release of Rocketry.
ऑक्सफोर्ड का मतलब समझाने के लिए उन्होंने तुम्हारी तस्वीर छाप रखी है
It was a true celebration of Indian filmmaking at the 69th edition of National Film Awards ceremony. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And in news that's coming up, ISRO's latest update on Chandrayaan 3 says all activities on schedule, all systems normal. Also coming up, Kaveri water wars in the top court. Tamil Nadu government's plea will be heard today.
The last 20 minutes of terror, it was nail-biting as well.
Going to moon and landing there is not an easy task at all. So for such missions, we do all those preparations, which has been done for Chandrayaan 2 as well. But this time, when you did for Chandrayaan 3, it is something extraordinary, I must tell you. It is not just the Chandrayaan 2, it is 4 years of hard work to understand what went wrong. And it's test of hundreds of tests. It has to perform. That's what it is engineering is science is.
Mr. Shivan, when the Prime Minister hugged you and consoled you, it was also the Prime Minister's way, the way he supported ISRO, and that gesture must have meant a lot to everybody at ISRO.
The way he hugged, the way he tapped the back, really it was soothing. And also I felt the way he consoled me, I felt that the entire nation was hugging me and consoling me. Yes, we are behind you.
The pivotal power descent has begun and the lander module is propelling towards the moon's surface along the intended trajectory.
बेस के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, आप तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये देख सकते हैं कि हम
प्रधानमंत्री जी Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
And breaking news, Republic has accessed inside details of the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping of China. Sources have informed that there was a pending request from the Chinese side for a bilateral meeting, and India opted for a short lobby conversation as the two leaders held an informal conversation in the Leaders' Lounge during the BRICS Summit. And joining me now is Senior Executive Editor, Republic TV, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, first, the significance of what China wanted and what China got in terms of a conversation. Also, when Vinay Quatra says that the Prime Minister underlined that the maintenance of peace and tranquility and observing and respecting the LAC are essential for the normalization of the India-China relationship, he was quoting the Prime Minister as having underlined this. Well, how far would you say that these talks, this lobby conversation, how far is it a step in that direction? Also, first of all, the significance of what China wanted and what China got from India.
Well, important question that you ask, Rukma. China wanted a full bilateral meeting, obviously, which means that the Chinese are under pressure to be seen to be engaging and at least doing something to resolve the crisis. Because remember, after India stepped on the pedal and said that we are not going to normalize the relationship till the time that the border dispute is settled and disengagement is complete to a level of de-induction, which is basically the forces pulling back to the levels before April 2020, essentially asking for a status quo ante. Until that, the consequences that the relationship has had, or the consequences that have been there for the overall relationship by way of disengaging every other aspect and making it an imperative that the border crisis is resolved before, for example, we normalize trade again. I think the Chinese sort of understand it, and that's why maybe they sought the bilateral meeting. But then India decided that let's have a lobby conversation first, because if you have a bilateral conversation, and unless it's not backed by intent, which we have not seen till now, it does not help. So I think we decided that let's not have a full-fledged bilateral conversation. Let's have a small talk. And based on the understanding reached, if there is some changes on the ground, then maybe when President Xi Jinping arrives in New Delhi to participate in the G20 Leaders Summit on September 8 and 9, for the September 9 and 10 summit, then maybe on the sidelines a bilateral can happen, provided in the meantime, in the fortnight plus time that lapses, there are some changes reflected on the ground which underscore the Chinese intent to take things forward. So I think another strong message going in that normality is incumbent upon disengagement, complete disengagement, and very proper addressing of the border issue between the two sides. And the Chinese really have to pull back status quo ante April 2020. I think this is a strong statement between the lines of you, if you look at it, coming in from the Indian side with that meeting that took place between China and India and between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping. It's important that this bit of information is coming in, Rukma, for the larger viewership of the country, because a spin could have been given that, Prime Minister bumped into it and again met without any results. So obviously the Chinese stopped the meeting, and that's why the meeting happened.
Right. Absolutely, Abhishek. A strong message going out there from India's side. In fact, throughout the BRICS Summit, reflected in India's perspective, reflected in many of the decisions and announcements that were made, even as India continues to remain the bright spot among the BRICS nations, the original BRICS nations. Even China facing a lot of economic downturn right now. Let's move on now as we slip into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, ISRO's latest update on Chandrayaan-3 says all activities on schedule, all systems normal. And Kaveri water was in the top court today. Tamil Nadu government's plea to be heard.
We are the first country to land in the south pole of the moon as well. So what is your message, sir?
It's a thing of great pride to us. Not that we did it in ISRO, but it's the whole country did it. The confidence that you give out by this process that we can also achieve as much as the powerful nations have achieved.
There were some people at that time who put a hashtag India failed. They don't understand how difficult a moon landing is.
The first experiment what we are doing, it will have unknown unknowns. And that unknowns happened for us on that day 4 years back. It's a good that unknown happened there so that we could correct ourselves, and the failure we learned a lot. That failure only made us success today.
Hero for all of us. What is it like sitting next to Magnus Carlsen at such a big event?
Yeah, of course, it feels good to be in finals because I didn't really expect it, and I'm also happy that I played well in terms of chess as well. To play Magnus, it's always a pleasure.
We are
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Here's a look at the top headlines at 10 a.m. China seeks bilateral meet. India opts for short lobby conversation, calls for complete disengagement at the NEC. After a power-packed BRICS Summit, Prime Minister Modi kickstarts historic visit to Greece. Rousing reception for the Prime Minister in Athens as hundreds gather to welcome the Prime Minister. And ISRO releases statement on Chandrayaan-3, says all activities on schedule, all systems normal, later deletes tweet. Kaveri water wars explodes, Supreme Court to hear Tamil Nadu government's plea today. And we start this edition at 10 a.m. with Prime Minister's historic visit to Athens. Remember, just a short while ago, the Prime Minister arrived in Athens for talks with the European countries' top leadership to strengthen the bilateral ties. Important to note here that it is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in 40 years' time. So significant in many ways. Bilateral talks that would be taking place of Prime Minister Modi, not just with the Prime Minister, but with the President as well. Ways to deepen relationship would also happen. Not just that, discussion regarding cooperation in defense, trade and investment is also expected in the one-day official visit of Prime Minister to Greece. So, a packed schedule for the Prime Minister as the Prime Minister will be holding bilateral talks with the top leadership. Not just that, the Prime Minister will also be engaging with the business leaders. Following that, an interaction with the Indian community would also happen in Athens. As we speak, there you see the Indian community that is eagerly awaiting to catch a glimpse and interact with the Prime Minister. A grand welcome that's expected, a ceremonial welcome, so as to say, upon his arrival in Athens. He's already arrived, but we are expecting that ceremonial reception to take place in just some time from now. So after the BRICS Summit, the Prime Minister is now in Athens. Let's listen into the voices as the people anticipate Prime Minister's visit, and these are the first visuals also coming in right now. There you see a ceremonial reception that's being given to the Prime Minister, being accorded to the Prime Minister. Top leadership present as Prime Minister touched down in Athens as we speak. So there you see after the BRICS Summit, it's the one-day official visit to Greece, which has begun. The Prime Minister landed just a few minutes ago, and these are the first visuals coming in. The grand welcome that is taking place, it's a ceremonial reception. There you see the top leadership present to receive the Prime Minister. A ceremonial reception being accorded to the Indian Prime Minister. First visit in 40 years by any Indian Prime Minister. So maritime trade discussion, defense cooperation would be taken up in this meet with the Greece President and the Prime Minister. He would also be engaging with the business leaders. Let's go across to Abhishek Kapoor, our Senior Executive Editor, joining us. Abhishek, a lot of discussion is expected, particularly in maritime trade and defense cooperation between the two countries.
Well, that's because Greece is a maritime economy. It's an island nation straddling the Mediterranean, and remember, ancient civilization. But interesting that for 40 years, nobody from India at the level of Prime Minister traveled to this country, and now Prime Minister going there. After 40 years, an Indian Prime Minister visiting, so obviously the Greeks would be excited, and that's getting visible in the kind of comments that are coming in. Samiksha, and the Mediterranean holds strategic importance, and for Greece, which is a member state of NATO and also of the European Union. This gives an idea of why we should have engaged more, and why we are engaging now with Greece, and given the fact that its maritime economy also is a gateway to the larger European Union. It provides an important entry port for India to be engaging with, and I believe that over the next 12 hours that the Prime Minister spends in Greece engaging with its leadership, having a bilateral dialogue, I'm sure we would be looking at reinforcing our commitment in the region, and there is, of course, a commonality of interests insofar as both are democracies. It's a small nation, but a significant geography, and the Prime Minister choosing to have a stopover in Greece. Remember, it's not like midway between South Africa and New Delhi. It's like you're taking a detour, which actually shows the importance being attached Prime Minister's schedule is chock-a-block with the preparations for the G20 summit, and in between he has decided to spend a day in Greece and strengthen our bilateral partnership. So that gives you an idea of what's really on the table. And till now, we have had political consultation level dialogue between the respective foreign ministries. And the last one was, in fact, in the month of June itself. And there it was decided that let's upgrade the relationship. So what we are seeing is that Prime Minister, by visiting Greece, is essentially putting in that much more political capital and heft and indicating to all the departments, ministries across the board that they should be engaging even more strongly with Greece, be it on defense cooperation, on culture, or maritime transport, on security, and everything else.
Also, if you can once again touch on, how Greece is a preferred tourist location, tourist hub also for several Indians, and how it serves as a major source of revenue when it comes to Indians who prefer Greece as their tourist hub across the globe.
Greece straddles the Mediterranean space, and that obviously is an interesting tourist geography. But Samiksha, remember, a Prime Minister visiting Greece after a gap of an Indian Prime Minister visiting Greece after a gap of 40 years. And in the case of Prime Minister, he has done that with at least 24 odd nations where, for 40 years, 30 years, even 50 years, sometimes even and not even once since establishment of diplomatic relationship like it happened in the case of Israel. Prime Minister happens to be the first Indian leader to be visiting. So I think that's going to be important. Prime Minister Mitsotakis of Greece has literally thrown the red carpet because India is the fifth largest economy now, and the Greeks would also be looking at tremendous push for their own economic objectives. There is an excellent bilateral relationship existing, and there have been multiple formats of bilateral dialogue, but mostly at the bureaucratic level. And this is the first time that at this level we are pushing in. And the bilateral trade, for example, has seen a tremendous increase over the last few years. But still, it is at a paltry about $2.5 billion. So that's really nothing. So if you're looking at $2.5 billion is about 15,000, 20,000 crore rupees bracket. And I think the two leaders, when they sit across for the bilateral dialogue, they would be looking at giving a push to this and whatever can be exchanged between India and Greece by way of products and services. Apart from that, of course, there has been an element of cooperation when it comes to military level engagement. For example, those defense exercises, joint defense exercises, the Hellenic Air Force had come to the Aero India show in this earlier edition in June or month of May, I believe, and they had participated. But I think what India would be looking at is a little diplomatic and defense engagement, as also, of course, the window that Greece provides as an entry port for the larger European Union economy.
Yes. Abhishek, thank you for the moment. Let's also listen in to a reaction that's come in from the Greece ambassador to India on Prime Minister's visit. Let's listen in on what is exactly on the agenda on Prime Minister's one-day official visit to the country.
Happy, very happy to welcome Prime Minister Modi in our country. Even just the visit, it would be something very important given that it is the first visit of an Indian Prime Minister after 40 years. But it's not only that, it's not just that. There is a lot more in this visit, because by this visit and the agreements that we will go to sign, we will upgrade our long friendship, very long friendship, to an even higher standard, and we are very happy for that. We are advancing our cooperation on all important fields, that is in security, in culture, in economy and trade, in technological exchange and cooperation. So this is a very comprehensive cooperation partnership that includes, I think, all the important fields.
From Athens International Airport in Greece, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has just arrived here from Johannesburg after attending the 15th BRICS Summit. A packed day of engagements lie ahead in Athens. He will little later lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Thereafter, he will meet the President of Greece and then hold talks with the Prime Minister of Greece. He will also meet with business leaders from both sides. Before departing, he will have an interaction with the community who are all excited to receive him after the success of the Chandrayaan mission. All in all, a very productive day ahead.
So it's a one-day official visit of the Prime Minister to Greece, the first by any Prime Minister in 40 years. Of course, the visuals also that have been coming in of the ceremonial reception that the Prime Minister received. Meanwhile, the Indian community has been eagerly anticipating Prime Minister's arrival and the interaction with the Prime Minister of India.
सारे अपने तहे दिल तो करने हाँ जी करेंगे भंगड़े पा के करेंगे सारे स्वागत स्पेशल करेंगे सब हाँ जी सब भंगड़ा पाएंगे जी हाँ जी बढ़िया होगा सब तो बढ़िया होगा जी हाँ जी बोलो सोनिहाल श्री अकाल।
नहीं, सच बताऊं तो मैं मोदी जी से बहुत ही ज्यादा इंस्पायर हूं क्योंकि वो देश के बहुत ही बढ़िया नेता हैं। एज ए लीडर वो बहुत ही एक अच्छा व्यक्तित्व रखते हैं।
तो उनको वेलकम आप करने जाएंगी?
बिल्कुल जी।
क्या तैयारी क्या है मन में आपको मोदी जी आने?
सर बहुत ही प्राउड मोमेंट है हम सब इंडियंस के लिए क्योंकि हमारी पहचान हम भारत के लोग।
तो आपको क्या लगता है कि अगर मोदी जी आएंगे तो और यहाँ पे ग्रीस में जितने इंडियंस रह रहे हैं उनका बोलबाला बढ़ेगा, उनके लिए चीजें और आसान होगी?
क्यों नहीं सर, इससे पहले ही बहुत सारी चीजें जो है वो हमारी भारतीय कम्युनिटी के लिए आसान हो चुकी हैं। हमें इमिग्रेशन में ज्यादा समस्या नहीं होती, हमारे पासपोर्ट की रैंकिंग वर्ल्ड वाइड बढ़ रही है, हम ग्लोबली ट्रिलियन बिलियन का व्यापार कर रहे हैं और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय विदेश नीति के बारे में बात की जाए तो बहुत ही बढ़िया काम जो है वो मोदी जी के द्वारा जो है वो किया जा रहा है। और रही बात ग्रीस की, तो ग्रीस में जो है वो यही है कि अच्छा कार्य होगा। मोदी जी अच्छे जो भी वो संकल्प लेके आए हैं वो पूरा करेंगे, हमें उन पे पूरा विश्वास है जी।
अब मोदी जी आ रहे हैं सर, ये हमारी गुड लक है क्योंकि हमारा स्टेटस जो इंडिया का है वो बहुत अच्छा है यहाँ पे ग्रीस में। तो अब प्रधानमंत्री जी आ रहे हैं तो बहुत सारे अच्छे व्यापार के लिए और अच्छे रास्ते खुल रहे हैं सर, ये हमारे लिए बहुत प्राउड की बात है। और स्पेशली मैं थैंक्स करना चाहती हूँ इंडियन एम्बेसी का, जिनकी एफर्ट्स की वजह से ये सारा कुछ पॉसिबल हो रहा है और पूरी इंडियन कम्युनिटी की ओर से मैं मोदी जी का वेलकम करती हूँ।
अभी 1 बिलियन के अंदर यूरो का बिजनेस हो रहा है बट पोटेंशियल बहुत ज्यादा है हर सेक्टर में, केमिकल में, एजुकेशन में, टूरिज्म में, फार्मास्यूटिकल में, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में। इंडियन कंपनी यहाँ पे लिमिटेड कंपनियां एक्टिव हैं बट यहाँ से इंडिया काफी काम हो सकता है, इंडियन कंपनी यहाँ काफी काम कर सकती हैं एंड ग्रीस कैन बी लॉन्चिंग पैड बिटवीन इंडिया एंड यूरोप। तो मैं काफी एक्साइटेड हूँ और हम इसका प्रमोट कर रहे हैं कि मोदी जी के आने से बिजनेस जितना है उससे 10 टाइम और बढ़ जाए। तो ये हमारी विश है, हम उसके लिए प्रयास करते रहेंगे।
सर बहुत खुशी हो रही है, हम तो अपनी खुशी को बयान नहीं कर सकते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं। जब 40 साल पहले आए थे तो हमें पता ही नहीं था, उस समय तो हम लोग यहाँ पर थे नहीं, और आज पहली दफा ये आ रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री साहब, 40 साल के बाद आ रहे हैं, तो हमें बड़ी खुशी हो रही है। हमारे बहुत ज्यादा इस चीज को दिल में चाहता है कि हम कभी जब भी आए वो और हम उनके दर्शन कर सकें। हम तो बहुत बेसब्री से उनका इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
So I'm here to welcome, and it's our honor as Greeks to welcome Prime Minister Modi. It's unique what we have seen, the remarkable progress of the technology that has contributed to the world the last 9 years. So yesterday it was a unique day, a remarkable day for the humanity. Yesterday the efforts of Indian space technology come to life. So we are very proud and we are very honored to have tomorrow Prime Minister Modi in our country.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The news are just coming in from the state of Jharkhand, where Chief Minister Himachal Pradesh skipped the second summons from the Enforcement Directorate for questioning on Thursday in connection with the ongoing money laundering probe. He's now moved to the top court against the Enforcement Directorate, challenging the summons that he'd been sent by the Enforcement Directorate. So it's the second summon that was skipped by the Chief Minister of Jharkhand in relation to a money laundering case. He's moved to the top court, alleging that this is nothing but a political vendetta of sorts by the Enforcement Directorate. So that's the plea that's been moved by a plea by the Jharkhand Chief Minister in the top court in relation to a money laundering case against him. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate had summoned Hemant Soren for questioning just yesterday, and Hemant Soren for the second time skipped the ED summons, as a result of which he's now moved to the top court, challenging the summons by the Enforcement Directorate. All right, let's go across to our senior editor Shravan, also joining us. Shravan, if you can give us more details of this case in relation to which the Jharkhand Chief Minister has moved the top court.
Well, in fact, this is the second summon that has been skipped by Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. He has already appeared before the Enforcement Directorate when the first summons had been sent out. The allegation that has been leveled against him is that those who have been working closely with him have basically come under the scanner in the coal scam. In fact, there was a coal levy that was implied upon, and thereafter the collection that was actually made, which is largely being seen as the proceeds of crime in this particular matter. Turns out that the Enforcement Director basically suspects that these were orders given right from the top. The very fact that there have been certain documents that have been accessed by the Enforcement Directorate when the searches were carried out, which goes on to indicate that this was part of a cartel that was operating in the state of Jharkhand. And more importantly, this illegal mining that was actually being done. Enforcement Director basically suspects that orders were given right from the top, which also included top bureaucrats of Jharkhand.
All right, Shravan, thank you for those details. So, Hemant Soren there moving the top court in relation to money laundering case. And in news from the US, where former US President Donald Trump surrendered in Georgia earlier today in connection with the 2020 elections case, Trump was later released on a bond of $2 lakh. Century Laminates gets you this report. Former US President Donald Trump surrendered in Georgia 2020 election case. Donald Trump was later released on a $2 lakh bond.
What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. And everybody knows it. I've never had such support. And that goes with the other ones too. What they're doing is election interference. They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning. And this is one instance, but you have three other instances. It's election interference. So I want to thank you for being here. We did nothing wrong at all. And we have every right, every single right, to challenge an election that we think is dishonest, that we think it's very dishonest.
Addressing the media after his release, Donald Trump called his arrest a travesty of justice and an election interference. Bureau Report, Republic TV. We slip in a very short break. Coming up on the other side, the details of the Kaveri water dispute which is now exploded, with the Supreme Court now set to hear Tamil Nadu government's plea today. Situation remains grim in Himachal. 13 deaths reported in last 48 hours as rains complete havoc.
Mr. Shivan, you know, when the Prime Minister hugged you and consoled you, it was also the Prime Minister's way the way he supported ISRO, and that gesture must have meant a lot to everybody at ISRO.
The way he hugged, the way he tapped the back, really it was soothing. And also I felt the way he consoled me, I felt that the entire nation was hugging me and consoling me. Yes, we are behind you.
The pivotal power descent has begun and the lander module is propelling towards the moon's surface along the intended trajectory.
के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, आप तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये देख सकते हैं कि हम
प्रधानमंत्री जी, सर, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
The last 20 minutes of terror, it was nail biting as well.
Going to moon and landing there is not an easy task at all. So for such missions we do all those preparations which has been done for Chandrayaan 2 as well. But this time when you did for Chandrayaan 3, it is something extraordinary, I must tell you. It is not just the Chandrayaan 2, it is 4 years of hard work to understand what went wrong, and it's test of hundreds of tests. It has to perform. That's what this engineering is, science is.
The pivotal power descent has begun and the lander module is propelling towards the moon's surface along the intended trajectory.
बेस के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, आप तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone.
And the news that's just coming in from Mizoram, where the Ministry of Railways has constituted a 4-member high-level panel to probe into the cause of the collapse of an under-construction railway bridge in Aizawl district of the state, in which 22 workers lost their lives. Now, the panel will be submitting its report within 1 month's time since the date of formation, according to the order that's been issued by the Railways Ministry on Thursday. So, a high-level panel that's been constituted. Let's go across to Aniruddha, who's joining us. Aniruddha, tell us more about what is known so far about what exactly happened, which led to the collapse of the bridge that claimed 22 lives.
Yes, Mr. The reason behind the collapse of the bridge yet to be ascertained, and as you have already said, the Railway Ministry have constituted a 4-member expert panel to probe into the exact cause of the accident. It was a very tragic accident, and all the aspects ranging from human error to technical strength, all are being kept in view. And this panel, 4-member panel, will probe into all aspects of the accident, the cause behind it. Meanwhile, if we talk about the current situation, till yesterday, 22 bodies were retrieved, and from 10 a.m. onwards today, operation have again resumed in order to look for the last probable body which is still missing, which is under the debris of the bridge. The bridge was situated at an altitude
which is more than around 300 meters in height from the base of the river, and when it came down, it went down with all the 24 or 26 workers who were at that point in time working on the bridge, and this also includes the supervisor of that particular site. So there has been a lot of confusion with the company who was associated with this project, as well as the other workers involved regarding how many people exactly were there. Yesterday also we spoke to NDRF personnel on the site, and they were also unable to ascertain the exact number of people who are probably under the debris. So yes, as of official information that we have, one...
All right, Aniruddha, we leave it at that, but thank you for those details. So a high-level panel has been constituted to probe Mizoram Bridge collapse.
Hero for all of us. What is it like sitting next to Magnus Carlsen at such a big event?
Yeah, of course, it feels good to be in finals because I didn't really expect it, and I'm also happy that I played well in terms of chess as well. To play Magnus, it's always a pleasure.
We are the first country to land in the south pole of the moon as well. So what is your message, sir?
It's a thing of great pride to us. Not that we did it in ISRO, but it's the whole country did it. The confidence that you give out by this process that we can also achieve as much as the powerful nations have achieved.
There were some people at that time who put a hashtag India failed. They don't understand how difficult a moon landing is.
The first experiment what we are doing, it will have unknown unknowns, and that unknowns happened for us on that day 4 years back. It's a good that unknown happened there, so that we could correct ourselves, and the failure we learned a lot. That failure only made us success today.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The headlines at this hour. China seeks bilateral meet. India opts for short lobby conversation. Calls for complete disengagement at the LAC. After a power-packed BRICS Summit, Prime Minister kickstarts historic visit to Greece. Rousing reception for Prime Minister in Athens, the Greek capital, as hundreds gather to welcome him. ISRO releases statement on Chandrayaan-3, says all activities on schedule, all systems normal. The Kaveri water wars explode. Supreme Court to hear Tamil Nadu government's plea today. And you're watching Live and Breaking. A little while ago, Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Greece for talks with the European countries' top leadership to strengthen bilateral ties. It's a significant visit as the Prime Minister is the first Indian PM to visit the country in the last 40 years. Prime Minister Modi will hold talks with Prime Minister Mitsotakis, at whose invitation he is there to discuss ways to further deepen the relationship. He is also expected to meet President Katerina Sakellaropoulos. He will also interact with business leaders from both countries as well as with the Indian community in Greece during his day-long visit.
Very happy to welcome Prime Minister Modi in our country. You know, even just the visit, it would be something very important given that it is the first visit of an Indian Prime Minister after 40 years. But it's not only that, it's not just that, there is a lot more in this visit because by this visit and the agreements that we will go to sign, we will upgrade our long friendship, very long friendship, to an even higher standard, and we are very happy for that. We are advancing our cooperation on all important fields. That is in security, in culture, in economy and trade, in technological exchange and cooperation. So this is a very comprehensive cooperation partnership that includes, I think, all the important fields.
From Athens International Airport in Greece, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has just arrived here from Johannesburg after attending the 15th BRICS Summit. A packed day of engagements lie ahead in Athens. He will little later lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Thereafter, he will meet the President of Greece and then hold talks with the Prime Minister of Greece. He will also meet with business leaders from both sides. Before departing, he will have an interaction with the community who are all excited to receive him after the success of the Chandrayaan mission. All in all, a very productive day ahead.
And in Athens, Prime Minister received a rousing welcome with hundreds of members of the Indian community gathering to welcome him on his arrival, waving the tricolour and chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
ਵੈਲਕਮ ਜੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ। ਸਿੱਖ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਨੂੰ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਮੋਦੀ ਜੀ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਜੀ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸ਼ਲਾਘਾਯੋਗ ਕਦਮ ਚੱਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜੋ ਆਪਣਾ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦਾ ਰਸਤਾ ਖੋਲਿਆ। ਆਪਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਥਾਨ ਤੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ। ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਕਦਮ ਚੱਕਿਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਵਧੀਆ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਾਂਘਾ ਖੋਲਿਆ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਛੋਟੇ ਸਾਹਿਬਜ਼ਾਦੇ ਦਾ ਜੋ ਦਿਹਾੜਾ ਮਨਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੀ। ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਦੀ ਲਹਿਰ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਵੈਲਕਮ ਸਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਤਹਿ ਦਿਲ ਤੋਂ ਕਰਨਗੇ।
सच बताऊं तो मैं मोदी जी से बहुत ही ज़्यादा इंस्पायर हूं, क्योंकि वो देश के बहुत ही बढ़िया नेता हैं। एज ए लीडर वो बहुत ही एक अच्छा व्यक्तित्व रखते हैं। सर बहुत ही प्राउड मोमेंट है हम सब इंडियंस के लिए, क्योंकि हमारी पहचान हम भारत के लोग।
अब मोदी जी आ रहे हैं सर, ये हमारी गुड लक है, क्योंकि हमारा स्टेटस जो इंडिया का है वो बहुत अच्छा है यहाँ पे ग्रीस में। तो अब प्रधानमंत्री जी आ रहे हैं तो बहुत सारे अच्छे व्यापार के लिए और अच्छे रास्ते खुल रहे हैं सर। ये हमारे लिए बहुत प्राउड की बात है, और स्पेशली मैं थैंक्स करना चाहती हूँ इंडियन एम्बेसी का, जिनकी एफर्ट्स की वजह से ये सारा कुछ पॉसिबल हो रहा है, और पूरी इंडियन कम्युनिटी की ओर से मैं मोदी जी का वेलकम करती हूँ।
अभी 1 बिलियन के अंदर यूरो का बिजनेस हो रहा है, बट पोटेंशियल बहुत ज्यादा है हर सेक्टर में, केमिकल में, एजुकेशन में, टूरिज्म में, फार्मास्यूटिकल में, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में। इंडियन कंपनी यहाँ पे लिमिटेड कंपनियां एक्टिव हैं, बट यहाँ से इंडिया काफी काम हो सकता है। इंडियन कंपनी यहाँ काफी काम कर सकती हैं, एंड ग्रीस कैन बी लॉन्चिंग पैड बिटवीन इंडिया एंड यूरोप। तो मैं काफी एक्साइटेड हूं और हम इसका प्रमोट कर रहे हैं कि मोदी जी के आने से बिजनेस जितना है उससे 10 टाइम और बढ़ जाए। तो ये हमारी विश है, हम उसके लिए प्रयास करते रहेंगे।
सर बहुत खुशी हो रही है, हम तो अपनी खुशी को बयान नहीं कर सकते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं। जब 40 साल पहले आए थे तो हमें पता ही नहीं था, उस समय तो हम लोग यहाँ पर थे नहीं, और आज पहली दफा ये आ रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री साहब, 40 साल के बाद आ रहे हैं, तो हमें बड़ी खुशी हो रही है। हमारे बहुत ज्यादा इस चीज को दिल में चाहत है कि हम कभी जब भी आए वो और हम उनके दर्शन कर सकें। हम तो बहुत बेसब्री से उनका इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
So I'm here to welcome, and it's our honor as Greeks to welcome Prime Minister Modi. It's unique what we have seen, the remarkable progress of the technology that has contributed to the world the last 9 years. So yesterday it was a unique day, a remarkable day for the humanity.
Now Prime Minister Modi arrives there. He is greeted by members of the Indian diaspora. The Prime Minister's one-day visit to Greece involving a major detour after his attendance and participation in the BRICS Summit in Johannesburg in South Africa. Now he is being welcomed by members of the Indian community in Greece. It's a one-day visit, but a very significant visit all the same. The first in nearly 40 years, in 4 decades, by an Indian Prime Minister. Greece, one of the oldest civilizations, an island nation straddling the Mediterranean. And these are the visuals that Republic has been able to access from Athens in Greece. And the Prime Minister is there on a one-day visit. He will be holding bilateral talks, high-level bilateral talks. He comes here after a very fruitful BRICS Summit in Johannesburg. Joining me on the broadcast is a senior executive editor of Republic TV, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, it's over to you. We're getting our viewers those visuals of the Prime Minister being surrounded by a sea of the tricolour, a sea of people there welcoming him in Athens.
Well, yeah, this is typical of Narendra Modi, the mass leader. Wherever he travels, he's mobbed. He sees this adulation. He sees people of the diaspora coming in to welcome him. In many cases, in most cases, in fact, there is a community event. I think this time it's not because there is the size of the Indian community is very small in Greece, the island nation being very small itself. But what is important is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the first Prime Minister to have travelled to Greece in the last 40 years, and that's significant because it's an important geography. We have seen Greece. I beg your pardon. It's an important geography straddling the Mediterranean. Prime Minister has just arrived. I believe he's getting his welcome at the hotel. After that, he would be laying wreath at the tomb of unknown soldier and guard of honor, which is going to happen at 10:05 Greek time, which is about 1 p.m. India time. And after which there would be another ceremonial reception when the Prime Minister of Greece receives him, which is going to be half an hour later. Then delegation level talks follow, after which there are going to be joint statements between the two leaders. Mitsotakis is the Prime Minister of Greece. After which there is a business lunch hosted by the Greek PM, by the business community of Greece. So remember, going by the size of the Greek economy, trade has still a lot of potential, which is as of now pegged at about $1.5 billion two-way trade. India exporting more than importing, but India, in fact, importing more than exporting, but there is a lot of scope there. And then after the business lunch, Prime Minister would be meeting some prominent personalities. And then there is an interaction with the Indian community. In fact, at 6 p.m., Greek time, which is going to be about 9 p.m. India time. So I think the Prime Minister keeps his day chock-a-block. He has traveled overnight, remember, from South Africa after another 3 days of top-level engagements, meeting about more than a dozen odd world leaders, mainly from Africa, but even Chinese President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the summit, and then participating in those plenaries, and before that traveling overnight again. So I think Prime Minister keeps utilizes every minute of his time spent outside constructively, so that he can squeeze in every ounce of it. And that's what he seems to be doing. But then this is a grand welcome at the airport and at the hotel. And in the evening, he also gets to address the Indian community at a reception before flying out of Athens on his way back to New Delhi.
Many thanks, Abhishek, for putting that into perspective. It's an old relationship, India and Greece, a close relationship covering several dimensions. Europe is just one of those dimensions. But we have many other convergences, and we work in many of those areas. That's what India's ambassador to Greece, Rudrendra Tandon, had said in response to a question about whether India sees Athens as a gateway to Europe. These are visuals Republic is bringing you of the Prime Minister in Greece. He's arrived in Athens, and a lot of engagements ahead of him during his day-long visit here.
I own a travel agency, and we are mainly in incoming sector. 26 years. 26 years. Yeah.
So PM Modi has arrived today.
It's a great moment for us, which PM Modi arrives in Athens in Greece. So it will give us a great pleasure. Like in Greek community also, we will have a good name. The Indians, always we have a good name here in all the communities. So अभी मोदी जी यहाँ पे आए हैं, we are feeling very good.
आज ढोल बजे सर पंगा हुआ सर.
Prime Minister Modi in Greece, members of the Indian diaspora in Athens, in the Greek capital, raising slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Vande Mataram and Modi Ji Zindabad, welcoming him with tricolours there, and the Prime Minister responding as he always does. Earlier, as he arrived in Athens, he was accorded a ceremonial reception there. We'll be getting you all the updates on this, a very significant day-long visit of the Prime Minister in Greece. An old ally, an old friendship rekindled after nearly 40 years. Let's move on to other top stories.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Mandi District Administration delivers consignment of food items and medicines to remote areas of the district with the help of Air Force helicopters. 14th Battalion of NDRF rescues 51 stranded people from cloudburst incident sites in Shenugoni and Kolanala village in Mandi in Himachal Pradesh. Taking a dig at Chief Minister KCR and the BRS government of Telangana, BJP Chief of Telangana, G. Kishan Reddy, has said that Union Home Minister Amit Shah will address farmers of Telangana on the issues that they are facing. He will be speaking to them on 27th of August in Khammam. In Telangana, farmers have been neglected for nearly 9 years now under the Chief Minister and the BRS government. Loan waivers were not given to farmers of Telangana, and that is why Union Home Minister is holding a program to address these issues.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सीनियर लीडर, भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी इसी महीने 27 को तेलंगाना प्रदेश के खम्मम शहर में एक किसान सम्मेलन में एड्रेस करने वाले हैं।
Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren moves the Supreme Court against ED summons against him. Chief Minister Soren has now challenged the ED summons, and the ED had summoned Hemant Soren for questioning on the 24th of August. RJD leader and Bihar Minister Tej Pratap Yadav seen pushing an RJD worker. The video, which has gone viral on social media platforms, shows Tej Pratap confronting and shoving Sumant Yadav, who is believed to be an RJD worker. The Bihar minister can also be heard cursing after the confrontation. And it's time now for a short break. On the other side, Chandrayaan 3 mission is on track. ISRO updates in a statement. Also coming up in other news, the situation in Himachal Pradesh continues to be grim as more houses reported collapsing, the death toll climbing even as more and more landslides being reported. Rescue and relief operations underway in full swing.
The last 20 minutes of terror, it was nail biting as well.
Going to moon and landing there is not an easy task at all. So for such missions we do all those preparations which has been done for Chandrayaan 2 as well. But this time when you did for Chandrayaan 3, it is something extraordinary, I must tell you. It is not just the Chandrayaan 2, it is 4 years of hard work to understand what went wrong, and it's test of hundreds of tests. It has to perform. That's what it is. Engineering is science is.
The pivotal power descent has begun and the lander module is propelling towards the moon's surface along the intended trajectory.
बेस के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, आप तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये देख सकते हैं कि हम
प्रधानमंत्री जी, सर, वी हैव अचीव्ड सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग ऑन द मून। इंडिया इज ऑन द मून।
भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
Mr. Shivan, you know, when the Prime Minister hugged you and consoled you, it was also the Prime Minister's way, the way he supported ISRO, and that gesture must have meant a lot to everybody at ISRO.
The way he hugged, the way he tapped the back, really it was soothing. And also I felt the way he consoled me, I felt that the entire nation was hugging me and consoling me. Yes, we are behind you.
We are the first country to land in the south pole of the moon as well. So what
And again here, these are visuals of the Prime Minister being welcomed in a rousing welcome, a thunderous welcome there by the Indian diaspora, the tricolour waving as the Prime Minister arrives in Athens, greeted both in a traditional Indian way with garlands and the drum beats, as well as with a crown is that olive leaves in traditional Greek way as well. Members of the Indian diaspora gathered around him. The Prime Minister is on a one-day visit to Greece. He's just arrived in Athens. Earlier we had shown you visuals of that ceremonial welcome. And Greece, the island nation, with one of the most important countries in Europe, known as the gateway to Europe. The Prime Minister to hold a number of high-level meetings immediately after this, because it's just a one-day visit, very significant in view of the fact that he is the first Prime Minister to visit the Mediterranean island nation in nearly 40 years. Many talks focusing on various key areas like maritime, trade, defense on the cards. Joining me now on the broadcast to put this visit more into perspective is Senior Republic Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, it's over to you.
Well, Rukma, so pictures coming in of Prime Minister there being received, given a grand welcome earlier at the airport, and now by the Indian community. After this, she would be given a ceremonial reception too. Actually, one while he received one a ceremonial welcome like the Greek government gives, and the other one when he's received by the Prime Minister before the delegation level talks. After which there is a joint statement, then a business meeting which would be addressed by the two leaders, and then Prime Minister would be meeting some Greek social leaders, achievers from their society, and then he has a diaspora event like he does whenever he travels. So I think all set for engaging intense next 12 hours when the Prime Minister he spends in Athens. The first time that an Indian Prime Minister has traveled to Greece after a gap of 40 years in last 40 years. So I think you're going to see these pictures hold, and we'll discuss what was the significance of Prime Minister visiting this important Mediterranean island nation.
So very colorful visual there coming in from Greece, from Athens to be precise. On the one hand, that formal welcome, that rousing welcome on the part of the administration, and here the Indian diaspora with flower garlands and dhols and smiles and and much more. Abhishek, many thanks for joining us there.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And getting in news from Jharkhand, an FIR has been registered against Jharkhand BJP State President Babulal Marandi in Ranchi for allegedly making derogatory and defamatory remarks against the Soren family, including Shibu Soren and Chief Minister Hemant Soren. So the Jharkhand BJP President Babulal Marandi booked. That's the breaking news that we're getting. A news alert from Jharkhand. Allegedly, Babulal Marandi had made derogatory remarks against the Soren family, including Shibu Soren and Chief Minister Hemant Soren, and he has been booked at the Kanke police station in Ranchi. The FIR was registered under sections 500 and 504, among others.
We we are the first country to land in the south pole of the moon as well. So what is your message, sir?
It's a thing of great pride to us. Not that we did it in ISRO, but it's the whole country did it. The confidence that you give out by this process that we can also achieve as much as the powerful nations have achieved.
There were some people at that time who put a hashtag India failed. They don't understand how difficult a moon landing is.
The first experiment what we are doing, it will have unknown unknowns. And that unknowns happened for us on that day 4 years back. It's a good that unknown happened there so that we could correct ourselves and the failure we learned a lot. That failure only made us success today.
Hero for all of us. What is it like sitting next to Magnus Carlsen at such a big event?
Yeah, of course, it feels good to be in finals because I didn't really expect it, and I'm also happy that I played well in terms of chess as well. To play Magnus, it's always a pleasure.
The Prime Minister you was also the Prime Minister's way of saying when everybody is that he is standing resolutely behind you. That gesture of the Prime Minister, his visit, the way he supported ISRO, that gesture must have meant a lot to everybody at ISRO. The Prime Minister had complete confidence in the ISRO team.
Sir, definitely. That is the way he hugged, the way he tapped the back. So, really was soothing. And also, I felt the way he consoled me. I felt the nation was helping me and controlling me. Yes, we are behind you. You are strongly. You are standing with me. Whatever message I got on that day. And that only made us to think about and three, the call to action, and which now yesterday we enjoyed from that.
Absolutely, and these images, let's leave the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mr. Shan with us today. These images, the story really was that we must not come to judgment very quickly. The story really is that we must not become cynical by nature. The story really is
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Let's take a look at the top headlines at 11 a.m. This Friday morning. China seeks bilateral meet. India opts for short lobby conversation, calls for complete disengagement at the LAC. At a power-packed BRICS Summit, Prime Minister Modi kickstarts historic visit to Greece. Rousing reception for the Prime Minister in Athens as hundreds gather to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. ISRO releases statement on Chandrayaan 3, says all activities on schedule, all systems normal. Kaveri water wars explode, Supreme Court set to hear Tamil Nadu government's plea today. And it's been over a month after Ajit Pawar split the NCP and joined the BJP camp. NCP President Sharad Pawar has now said that there is no split in the party and that Ajit Pawar is still their leader. So that's the statement that's coming in from the NCP Supremo, who says that there is no split in the NCP and that Ajit Pawar is still their leader. Now this, remember, comes
Almost a month after Ajit Pawar led that coup and was sworn in as a Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, a statement that's now come in from Sharad Pawar, who says that there is no split in the NCP and that Ajit Pawar is still their leader. So speculations rife whether a peace has been brokered between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar, but a statement that's been made by Sharad Pawar, who said that there is no split in the NCP and that Ajit Pawar is still their leader. Let's listen to that exact statement that's coming from the NCP Supreme.
पक्षात खुद जेवते जर पक्षातच एक मोठा वर्ग वेगळा झाला जे स्वार्थ गेलं आज तशी स्थिती इथे नाही. काही लोकांनी समजा पक्ष सोडला, काही लोकांनी वेगळी भूमिका घेतली, तर लोकसभेमध्ये त्यांचा अधिकार आहे. तो त्यांनी निर्णय घेतला म्हणून लगेच खूप म्हणायचं काही कारण नाही. तो त्यांचा निर्णय आहेच. त्याच्यातले गरजच नाही. खुद म्हणजे याचा अर्थ काय? पक्षात खुद जेवते जर पक्षातच एक मोठा वर्ग वेगळा झाला जे स्वार्थ गेलं. आज तशी स्थिती इथे नाही. काही लोकांनी समजा पक्ष सोडला, काही लोकांनी वेगळी भूमिका घेतली, तर लोकसभेमध्ये त्यांचा अधिकार आहे. तो त्यांनी निर्णय घेतला म्हणून लगेच खूप म्हणायचं काही कारण नाही. तो त्यांचा निर्णय.
All right, let's go across to Alisha also to know more on this. Alisha, do we know if peace has been brokered between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar, especially after this statement has been made by him, where he says that Ajit Pawar is still their leader and that there is no split within the NCP?
Well, Samiksha, we have been listening to the statement right after his Sharad Pawar's daughter and party working president Supriya Sule yesterday had mentioned that Ajit Pawar is a senior leader and an MLA of the party. Asking over the same in Baramati, where he was addressing the press conference where Sharad Pawar has clearly stated and also questioned that what does a split means in a political party, because splits occur when a larger group in a party is separated at the national level, but no such things has happened here. Some people have left the party, but some took their different stance. In democracy, it's their right to take the decision. And also has been mentioned that that he has taken, that is Ajit Pawar has taken a stand that is against the party, but we have given a complaint to the Assembly Speaker and are waiting for the response. But what is important to know that clearly mentioning by Sharad Pawar that he denies the split in the NCP clearly states that Ajit Pawar continues to be the leader of the party.
Yes. Alisha, just stay with us. Let's take a word from Mahesh Tapase, NCP leader from Sharad Pawar faction, also joining us. Sir, help us understand, how do we read into this statement that's been made by Sharad Pawar?
Well, it's very clear and simple. You have to understand that any split in the party, in the legislature, has to be recognized by the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly. In this case, Mr. Narvekar has not recognized any split in the NCP, whereas the previous case of Shiv Sena, there have been delegations. There is a Supreme Court judgment as far as recognizing the disqualification of 16 legislators, which Mr. Narvekar has not given any heed to as of now. So we are also awaiting that once the Supreme Court has said that reasonable time frame is over, how to go about it. This is what Mr. Narvekar has to decide. As far as the legislative party of the NCP is concerned, there does not seem to be any split because Ajit Dada is not sitting. Ajit Dada and his group also have not placed for any kind of a split in the party. And we have given our letter to the Speaker regarding disqualification of the 9 legislators, but there has been no cognizance taken by the Speaker himself. But in the eyes of the people, yes, we are there. We are taking Samaj. There have been some difference of opinion. Our legislators have joined the government, irrespective of the mandate of Mr. Sharad Pawar to stay with the India Alliance. But in this case, we have to see how the Speaker of the legislature responds.
Just a last question before we let you go. Any details that you would like to divulge when it comes to that secret meeting that was held between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar?
I don't see there was nothing secret about the meeting. Everything was very public domain. Mr. Pawar is the leader of the party or Mr. Pawar family. Ajit Pawar has his nephew. Who can stop him? There is no reason for anybody to doubt that there is a secret meeting or a secret agenda. Ajit Pawar has. So there is nothing secret about it. or when he came out of the house, he rolled down the window, he left the place, he started greetings from the passerby Karyakars over there. So there is nothing secretive about it. And today also we are in about 5 p.m. We have a big sabha. 4 days ago we were in Lead, and I understand that 27th of August, these factions also took the lead. So, I mean, all of these have been drawn. Opposing the BJP system in the eyes of the people.
All right, appreciate you speaking to us. So that was Mahesh Tapase, NCP leader from Sharad Pawar faction side, speaking on possible speculation on possibility of that peace that seems to have been brokered between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar. Alright, let's cut across to the fresh video that's been released by ISRO of Chandrayaan-3 rover rammed down from the lander to the lunar surface. That's the video of the soft landing which happened on 23rd of August on the south polar region of the Vikram lander. So that's that historic moment when India became the first country to land on the south polar region of the moon, and the fourth country in the world to reach the lunar surface. So that's the video that's been released by the ISRO team of how the Chandrayaan-3 rover ramped down from the lander to the lunar surface. Note that the 14-day space exploration has begun, and that's the video dated August 23rd when Chandrayaan-3 rover ramped down from the lander to the lunar surface. Well, we'll get more details of this video, but scientific experiments, remember, have begun. It's the effort and the hard work of the ISRO team that has borne fruit, as a result of which we have now become the first country in the globe to reach the south polar region of the moon. This is the video dated 23rd of August, the exact moment when the soft landing happened of the Vikram lander on the south polar region of the moon. That's been released by the ISRO team, which shows how Chandrayaan-3 rover ramped down from the lander to the lunar surface. And let's go across to Abhishek Kapoor also joining us. Abhishek, if you can tell us more about this fresh video that's been released where we see Chandrayaan-3 as it made that soft landing on 23rd of August.
We'll keep getting these pictures every day now for the next 14 days, Samiksha. Remember, viewers would recall that the life of Chandrayaan lander and rover in terms of their experiments is 14 days on the moon, which is one lunar day, while for Earth you get 14 days, obviously. So in all these 14 days, all the experiments that are on board both the lander and the rover in terms of spectrography, spectroscopy, in terms of mineral analysis, in terms of pictures, everything is going to happen in terms of getting data on ambience, on air, on atmosphere, whatever composition of the atmosphere, minerals, both subsurface and otherwise. There is a probe that's going to go in, the soil analysis, regolith as it is called, and these are first pictures of Pragyan, the rover, making its moves. It's a very slow speed at which it moves, just about 1 centimeter per second, and that gives you an idea of how slow the movement is, roughly about 1 meter, less than just about half a meter per minute. And while it moves, it's going to collect all this information through various probes and sensors and the equipment that are on board. Remember, Pragyan rover is just about 26 kgs, and yet and it's a 6-wheel drive, so every wheel is independent of the other and coordinates its movement based on what the other wheel is doing. And it's fantastic innovation and science that has gone into making of Pragyan. And Pragyan for all time is going to remain within the eye shot of the lander Vikram, and the Pragyan is going to relay all the information it is collecting to Vikram through the sensors, and Vikram is going to then send the signals to the ground stations of ISRO at Ice Track in Bengaluru, and there the data would be compiled and the scientists would then be working to analyze it, and it's going to be shared by the rest of the world. So a lot of data analysis would be done by agencies like the NASA and the ESA, which is the European Space Agency, and other friendly nations. This is at the beginning, and these pictures really make you feel proud of the kind of achievement that Indian science has made, and scientists at ISRO have made. All the engineers and the technicians and technocrats, not just from the ISRO, complemented by the private sector. Also, remember, both in the case of Vikram and Pragyan, a lot of inputs have come in from the private sector of India, about half a dozen odd private companies, big and small. So these pictures just one more opportunity that we are going to see over the next 14 days of feeling proud and drawing this sense of satisfaction that some part of the country are top-notch and are moving in the right direction to make India a developed country by 2047.
Abhishek, a quick follow-up question. If you can elaborate once again on what were those key challenges which the ISRO team took into account when it came to the Chandrayaan 3 mission, something which did not essentially happen in the 2019 Chandrayaan 2 mission?
Well, yes. So there were a lot of lessons from Chandrayaan 2 and every bit of it incorporated. The most important one, of course, was the issue about soft landing itself. And we are told that of the last 4 years, of whatever changes were incorporated, last 1 year was spent just perfecting the soft landing bit alone in terms of simulations, in terms of all the permutation combinations, changing the design. For example, the design speed on impact was changed from 2 meters to 3 meters per second. This is one of the aspects I'm indicating, but there were many other lessons that were drawn from Chandrayaan 2's failure. Only the lander bit. Remember, the Chandrayaan 2 orbiter is still connecting and in fact sending fantastic pictures of Vikram now, of both the lander and the rover, Vikram and Pragyan. And so whatever data was sent by Chandrayaan 2 also has been utilized, and all the lessons incorporated. That's how it happens. You fall and you learn, and you learn from mistakes and make sure that the mistakes are soft landing. Everything is working to a T. All the data coming in. And Vikram is keeping a watchful eye as Pragyan, the rover, moves around at a slow pace, of course, but then collecting data, sending in. I think it's picture perfect, and these visuals really adding to the beauty of it all and to the overall sense of satisfaction for Indians as a nation, for us as a society, that some parts of us are absolutely top class and world-beating, and we have made it where not many have. Just about 2 earlier, and on the South Pole we are the only ones, and these pictures add to that overall beauty and sense of achievement.
Thank you for those details. So there you see, that's the video that's been released by Chandrayaan of the Pragyan rover as it rolled out from the Vikram lander on 23rd of August, and history was scripted as India became the first country ever to reach the South Polar region, and a moment that has left an indelible mark in everybody's hearts. All right, moving on to the latest that's coming in from the state of Himachal Pradesh, where the situation still remains worrisome. At least 13 people have lost their lives in just 48 hours, and 6 others are still said to be missing. Meanwhile, the rescue and relief operations are still underway, with more than 12,500 houses that have been damaged as a result of these incessant rains. Remember, Shimla and Mandi are the worst hit areas of Shimla, and a lot of buildings have collapsed as a result of landslides as well. Let's go across to Amandeep, who's joining us live from Shimla. Amandeep, tell us where exactly you are reporting from, and how is the situation and the prediction for the next couple of days, particularly in Shimla?
Well, Samiksha, the uncertainty is still prevailing in the entire Himachal Pradesh, and in fact a yellow alert has been issued by IMD in the entire state of Himachal Pradesh. Prediction of heavy to very heavy rain in state, and even that is the reason Mandi and Shimla, all the educational institutes has been shut for today itself. And we right now, Samiksha, we are reporting from Shiv Body Temple, where on 14th August the entire temple has been collapsed, and even 20 bodies has been recovered from this very much place, and now rescue and search operation has been winded up last evening itself. So now I am giving you the sense from the mid of the temple where the entire temple has been collapsed, where the structure was. You see, that was the Shiv body, exactly Shiv body, which is still, the structure is still there. There was a partially damage, and in fact the Shiv body is still under the rubble of landslide, and in fact that was located at the entrance point of the temple, and where these people are standing, this was earlier a road which was buried under the rubble of the temple. And now I'll show you the location of the temple. Just because there was no more a temple, there was no evidence left of a building, not even a 1 inch of structure has been left at this place. And I would like to show you where the temple was exactly. So this is the place where the temple was located till August 14th morning, when the landslide has just came from the top of the hill towards the down fold, leaving 20 people dead into this entire landslide incident. So see, this is only the retaining walls, Samiksha, only the retaining walls turned left for indicating that there was some building was here. So you can see that was the last wall. That was a retaining wall that was actually covering the part of the mountain and protecting the building from the mountain. The white wall with the pink design, that was only part of the retaining wall left in the entire temple. So here I'm standing. This was the main part of temple where the shivling was placed, and now you can see nothing has been left, not even a single structure of the temple. And that from top of the hill where the toy train track was hanging in the air, and even beyond that there was a road. On the upper part of that road there was another road, and on the top of the hill, Indian Institute of Advanced Study, from where the cloudburst happened, and the entire landslide has taken the down route, and they have wood blocks, trees uprooted, big boulders, everything has moved towards the Shiv temple and taken this entire temple into the fold. And even this landslide did not stop that at this point where the temple is located. It went almost 2 kilometers to the downstream, and the research and rescue teams have searched the entire 2 kilometers to the downstream, just because the damaged structure of temple moved with the landslide for almost 2 kilometers, and several bodies has been retrieved from 1.5 kilometer from this location. So you can see this is the damaged structure, Samiksha. See, this was another retaining wall to protect the temple, but now it has been completely damaged. So this wall was located here. This wall was located at this location to protect the temple from any kind of landslide or any tree uprooted. So this is how the entire incident has been reported, Samiksha. And from 14th of August, we were reporting this temple tragedy at a distance, just because search and rescue operation is underway. But now all the teams has been withdrawn and operation has been over. So we are showing you the exact location where the temple tragedy happened, leaving 20 people dead. Yes, Samiksha.
All right, Amandeep, thank you for the moment. So, Amandeep, getting us the latest from Shimla. Remember, more than 360 people have lost their lives since the month of June in the state of Himachal Pradesh. The video there on your screens is the one that's been released by the ISRO team, the moment when Chandrayaan 3 rover rammed down from the lander to the lunar surface on 23rd of August. Remember, the space exploration, the 14-day space exploration has begun. And there you see, that's the video of the Pragyan rover rolling out of the Vikram lander on 23rd of August. History that was scripted on the day when the soft landing happened on the south polar region of the moon. That's been released. The video has been released by the ISRO team after the successful landing. India, remember, has become the first country to land near the moon's south pole. So that's the video on your screens that's been released by the ISRO team after the successful soft landing on the south polar region of the moon on 23rd of August. This is the video dated 23rd of August when history was scripted by India as it became the first ever in the globe to enter the South Polar region and the fourth in the globe to land on the lunar surface. So it was at around 6:03, this video from 23rd of August, exactly at 6:03 when the lander touched the lunar surface. A euphoric moment for the entire country as history was scripted, and following this the lander successfully deployed the rover, which is on your screens, that is now carrying out a 14-day scientific exploration. The lander and the rover, with a mission life of 1 lunar day, will have scientific payloads to carry out experiments on the lunar surface. All right, let's go across to our executive editor Niranjan also, who's joining us. Niranjan, tell us more about this video that's been released by ISRO of the Chandrayaan 3 dated 23rd of August.
Well, this is a beautiful video, in fact, that's just been tweeted a few minutes back by ISRO, and this video essentially showing how the rover was deployed from the lander and how it rolled onto the surface of the moon. So it's a beautiful video. This is the video that we've been sort of waiting to see for the last few days. It took I think, if I'm not wrong, about 4 hours for ISRO to deploy this rover on the moon, and it's rolled down. You can see that it's got the Indian flag right at the back. From this camera, it's the lander imager camera that has shot this video. And as the rover is rolling down with its payloads, you can see there's a white patch there. There's a white patch that describes what the rover is, and with the Indian flag on it, you can see the Indian colors, the tricolor there at the back. And it's rolling on while leaving its imprint on the surface of the moon. So it's a beautiful, beautiful video. And essentially, there are some payloads on the rover as well. There's an alpha particle X-ray spectrometer or the APXS. This is the alpha particle X-ray spectrometer, and there's also a laser-induced breakdown spectroscope called the LIBS or LIBS for deriving the elemental composition in the vicinity of the landing site. So when we spoke to the scientists at ISRO, the top scientists and the team, the project team of Chandrayaan 3, they told us about how this is going to be rather the site which will be studied by the rover was roughly on the day of landing about 500 meters. 500 meters around the landing site. Essentially, what it will do is it will look for elemental composition in the vicinity of the land site, and it will also demonstrate roving capability on the moon. It will conduct on-site scientific experiments. Now, several advanced technologies have been used in this particular mission, especially in the lander, altimeters, velocimeters, inertial measurement, propulsion system, navigation, guidance control. So a lot of technology has gone into this, and several lander special tests have also been planned and been carried out successfully. Just to give you an idea about the total mission life of lander and rover is 1 lunar day, or 14 Earth days. So if the landing happened on the 23rd, for 14 days starting the 23rd, you have the mission life and the experiments and the entire activity being conducted. That's Pragyan's moonwalk, by the way. That's a beautiful video that we are showing once again of Chandrayaan 3, the rover landing onto the surface of the moon, rolling onto the surface of the moon, and leaving its imprint there. What we'll also do is we'll try and get Srijan Pal Singh on the phone line. If our teams can connect Srijan Pal Singh, then we can speak over these pictures of what is going to happen next on the surface. Now, there was a two-module configuration to this entire project. One is the propulsion module, which essentially carried the lander from the launch station to the lunar orbit, and the second was the lander module, which is including the rover, which is accommodated inside the lander, and that is why you're seeing these pictures. The rover has rolled on. We knew that it had rolled on. I think K. Sivan is also joining us, former ISRO chairman. It is our pleasure and our privilege to have him on the phone line with us. Mr. Sivan, good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Tell me.
Mr. Sivan, sir, beautiful visuals that we are seeing.
the first video of the rover rolling onto the surface of the moon, sir. This is a big moment. In fact, we were all waiting for this video. Such a beautiful video, such clear images that are coming in, sir. Congratulations to you once again in what you started under your chairmanship. We're looking at the efforts fructify today.
Okay. Yes, sir. That's definitely that we are waiting for this moment in 4 years back itself, but now it's happened, and now we are happy that we got good this one. Huh?
Sir, for all our viewers, sir, if you can tell us a little bit about what happens on the surface of the moon now that the rover, 14 days, Earth days, 1 lunar day. What is going to happen in these 14 days, sir?
No, this rover is going to collect a lot of data from the scientific data, and that data will be sent to Earth. This based on the Earth, the scientists in Earth will be analyzing that thing and find out what really some new discovery or new science is there. That way they will try to find out this one.
Yeah, sir, in the 4 successful moon missions conducted by the different countries, US, China, Russia, this one has been the most technologically flawless, isn't it, sir? Flawless in the sense that from the perfect liftoff, perfect landing, and the kind of images that we are seeing, the technology is something that the whole world is talking about.
No, it is. We cannot compare like that. See that if you are seeing that, it's day by day technologies are improving. So now that we are now gone with the latest technology, so we have got better results there. So similarly, something later it will be that better than this. So it's a continuous improvement in the process. This one.
Yeah, sir. Now, elementally, now the rover is on the surface, and will it be sending live data back to the control center, sir? Is that how it works?
No, this data will be sent to control center, and it will be the data collection center. It will be collected, and it will be disseminated to the scientists for doing that analysis and come to the conclusion and doing the science.
Yes. Sir, thank you for joining us, sir. Such a privilege to talk to you on this very special moment. Thank you, Mr. Sivan. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dr. K. Sivan, former ISRO chairman, they're speaking to Republic TV. You've seen the first video of the rover rollout. The rover is rolled out from the lander, and it's leaving its imprint as it rolls on. You see the wheels turn. It's landed on the surface. You see the beautiful picture of the rover leaving its mark, its imprint on the surface of the moon. And I'm handing it back to you for now. This is a big moment for India. We were waiting for this video. It's just been tweeted. The landing itself happened on the 23rd, and roughly after landing, it took about 4 hours. And this video was captured. I think it must have come into the control center on the 23rd, 5 hours later, but they've processed it and they've now released it for our consumption. Expecting more such videos and updates to come in. Back to you for now. As we celebrate, each of these pictures, these images, and these moments from the Chandrayaan-3 mission. Back to you for now.
All right, so there you see, that's the video that's been released by the ISRO team. We slip into a very short break. Top stories to continue on the other side. After a power-packed BRICS Summit, Prime Minister kickstarts historic visit to Greece, rousing reception for the Prime Minister in Athens.
The pivotal power descent has begun, and the lander module is propelling towards the moon's surface along the intended trajectory.
बेस के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, आप तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये देख सकते हैं कि हम
प्रधानमंत्री जी, sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
And shifting focus now to news from the Supreme Court. The Constitution Bench, headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, heard the submission on behalf of the Union Government on the abrogation of Article 370. Here are the details in this report.
The Supreme Court continued hearing petitions on the cases challenging the dilution of Article 370 of the Constitution for 10th day. Constitution Bench, comprising Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice S.K. Kaul, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, Justice B.R. Gavai and Justice Suryakant heard the pleas. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta presented arguments in favour of abrogation in the top court.
The key words really in 5 are united in a federation. In a federation. So, that is the first stage of losing sovereignty. The moment you sign accession and it is accepted.
Solicitor General Tushar Mehta also shed light upon the welfare schemes reaching the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
That's the argument, my lord. We are conscious of that. And, my lord, I'll also bear in mind your lordship's very, very pertinent observation that ends may not justify the means. I'll also show to your lordships the means adopted strictly within the constitutional parameters and as per various judgments of your lordship. But that's, my lord, after, my lord, the factual chronology.
Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud urged the SG Tushar Mehta to look at the arguments the petitioners made. Responding to the query, SG Tushar Mehta pressed on the constitutional parameters.
China seeks bilateral meet. India opts for short lobby conversation. Calls for complete disengagement at the LAC. Owaisi questions Prime Minister Modi's meeting with Xi. Government hits back, rebuts charge. After a power-packed BRICS Summit, Prime Minister kickstarts historic visit to Greece. Rousing reception for the PM in Athens as hundreds gather for the welcome. ISRO releases a fresh video of Pragyan's rolling down from Chandrayaan 3's lander onto the lunar surface. Situation still grim in Himachal Pradesh. 13 deaths reported in just 48 hours as rains wreak continuous havoc. And in Live and Breaking, we start off with the latest that's coming in about a political face-off now erupting over Prime Minister Modi's meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the BRICS Summit. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has questioned the meeting, saying the Prime Minister is going around seeking meetings with China. What is he trying to hide? In a strong rebuttal, the government has hit back, saying it was China that was seeking bilateral meetings and not Prime Minister Modi from the Indian side. And now a political face-off. To tell our viewers more about this, I'm joined on the broadcast by Republic Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, over to you. Political face-off. Asaduddin Owaisi questioning the Indian government over the meeting with Xi. Over to you.
Well, for one, would Mr. Owaisi understand the complexities involved? And even if it does and appreciates, he has to obviously take a political position, which he seems to be doing. The fact of the matter is, as we broke earlier in the day, as it came from sources, the bilateral meeting was sought from the Chinese side. Now, at that level, you don't, behave like Kakai that, you won't talk to so-and-so and you won't engage. Obviously, you engage, and we have been engaging at all levels, right from the local level, brigade commander level, to the corps commander level, to the External Affairs Minister, the National Security Advisor. Remember, on the sidelines of BRICS Summit itself, for the foreign ministers, just last month we had External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar meeting his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi. Then we had National Security Advisor again meeting Wang Yi along the sidelines of a BRICS Summit for the NSA similarly. So I think, and when the Prime Minister and the President are there, they are there as part of the retreat, they are having dinner, and it's not possible that you don't meet. But the fact that the Chinese wanted a full-fledged bilateral and the Indian side said that let's go step by step and have a conversation on the sidelines in the lobby perhaps, and if things move forward, as they say, the proof of the pudding is in eating. If things move on the ground, if the Chinese corps commanders get the message from their top levels. Remember, Xi Jinping also happens to be the chairman of the Central Military Commission of China, which is essentially the agency which determines actions on the ground. And if over the next fortnight some movement happens and the Chinese are a little more reasonable than they have been, apart from talking, then maybe things can move forward and even a bilateral component can be brought in, but not at this stage. So I think Indians have been very measured. Prime Minister Modi and the entire team there, including External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who have been accompanying the Prime Minister, they have given only that much window where you sort of don't disconnect and don't give China an opportunity to go to town saying that India is the unreasonable partner in this dialogue. And even then, you still keep a window ajar in the sense that if changes happen, you are engaging, you are having a dialogue, you are telling them your concerns, not that they don't know about it. But then if they can be actualized and the message comes right from the top, it cannot get higher than Xi Jinping and Narendra Modi on respective sides. So if a message goes by these leaders that no, you have to do these things on the ground to disengage and ultimately, pull back the troops to their original locations, which is essentially India's demand that insofar as Ladakh border is concerned, it should be status quo ante April 2020. Why not? So it's in that spirit that a conversation has happened, not a full-fledged dialogue, as the Chinese actually wanted. And politics being politics, which Xi Jinping does not face, by the way, in China. When he goes back, he need not answer anyone. He is not responsible to anyone. And in the case of India, of course, every action is subject to scrutiny. And so it happens. We are a healthy democracy, and why not? Let Mr. Asaduddin raise the question. And let's keep moving in that direction where India and China should be taking the relationship to, which is to completely disengage and pull back the troops to their pre-April 2020 positions. It's just Asaduddin Owaisi now. Maybe other political parties in the opposition space might pick up. That should not really influence the fine balancing act of diplomacy that we need to do as a nation, so that we are seen as very responsible in our conduct insofar as the larger committee of nations is concerned.
Right, Abhishek, many thanks for joining us there and for those very crucial points that we need to take into account, even as let's listen into what the Ministry of External Affairs has said in response to the Chinese claim in this regard. Clearing the air on this, the Chinese press release had said India had made the request. The MEA responds to the Chinese claim. Let's listen in.
On the sidelines of the BRICS Summit, Prime Minister had interactions with other BRICS leaders. In a conversation with President Xi Jinping of China, Prime Minister highlighted India's concerns on the unresolved issues along the LAC in the western sector of the India-China border areas.
And the Prime Minister has set the record straight with Chinese President, calling for complete disengagement, but politics continues to rage on. The Congress and the CPM too have waded into the debate, questioning the meeting now.
Sir, yesterday a meeting happened between PM Modi and Jinping, and a meeting was very good. It was positive. They discussed about peace, tranquility. But one question is that Congress has always been raising this issue that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has never spoken to the Chinese counterpart on the Ladakh issue. But Prime Minister spoke about and discussed the eastern Ladakh border Rao area, the Ladakh standoff area with Chinese counterpart.
But I think first it's a good thing they've done that. Secondly, see, if the Prime Minister has spoken to the Chinese Premier, obviously there was a need to speak, no? You don't speak about issues about which there is no need to speak. So if you're saying that it is the Congress that has been constantly saying that the Prime Minister must speak to his Chinese counterpart about whatever is happening in Ladakh, and the Prime Minister has spoken, then in many senses what the Congress has said is exactly what should have happened. The other thing is, which intrigued, that if government has constantly been saying that there is no border issue on Ladakh, there is no infiltration as far as China is concerned, there is no border push by them, then what were they really discussing? So obviously there is something there that needs to be discussed. And it's always there that when there is a conflict between two nations, it could be territorial, it could be trade, it could be anything. When leaders speak, very often we find that issues can be sorted out. Now, on the other hand, we have to be very wary because China has always had this very, very dubious character of saying something very often, going back to Beijing or wherever they are, and sometimes going back, right? And I'm sure government of India knows the general character and nature of the Chinese leadership and their commitments. So I hope we keep that in mind. But I think it's a welcome start that we have discussed. Hopefully, China will step back, and the kind of this little prickly thing that they keep doing on the border all the time, in whatever maybe there are the things that will probably stop.
So one more thing, what we've learned so far is that there was a pending request for a bilateral meeting from the Chinese counterpart with the Indian PM. And yesterday what meeting happened, it was an informal conversation, a short conversation in the lobby. It was not a bilateral meeting. So what you have to comment on that? Because Chinese desperation could clearly be seen for a bilateral meeting.
No, I don't think if somebody gives an offer for a meeting, he is desperate. Why should they be desperate? They probably in their diplomacy believe that a meeting is necessary. Right? See, is this a matter of two great egos or what? Who bends and who asks? If a discussion has to be done, it has to be done. Right? If you think discussion is not necessary, then why do this meeting? See, I don't, support this point of view that there is.
देखिए, नहीं कहा जा सकता क्या बात हुई है क्या बात नहीं हुई है। चाइना के प्रेसिडेंट जब प्रधानमंत्री हमारे वहाँ पे एड्रेस कर रहे थे तो वो आए ही नहीं थे। उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री के भाषण को अवॉइड किया था, बाइकाट किया था, और पूरी दुनिया के अंदर ये सवाल उठा था कि चाइना के प्रेसिडेंट ने जानबूझ के ऐसा क्यों किया है, क्या वो भारत की बेइज्जती करना चाहते हैं। इसके बावजूद अगर प्रधानमंत्री मिले तो मैं नहीं समझ पाता कि क्यों मिले हैं। और जहाँ तक सवाल इस बात का है कि उन्होंने बहुत सारी बातों को उठाया है, जब प्रधानमंत्री अपने आप कहते हैं कि 1 इंच जमीन चाइना ने नहीं ली है, तो फिर वो किस तरीके की बात कर रहे हैं।
We are now joined with CPM leader Hanan Mullah. PM Modi is in South Africa and he had a candid conversation with Xi Jinping on India and China border tussle.
I do not know actually what is happening. Debate is going on, and he never spoke in parliament, which can be authentic. Outside you can say whatever like online. I do not know. I have nothing to comment on it.
Sir, he had a meeting and in the BRICS Summit where he is participating. He also talked about disengagement on the border on LAC, and to normalize the situation he had a conversation with Xi Jinping, and Xi Jinping will also be coming to India also. So what's your take on this?
No, any problem should be solved on the highest level because old problem. So if they come and meet in India and if they can reach a solution, it will be good.
And coming up in other news after a very short break, ISRO releases fresh video of Pragyan's rolling down from Chandrayaan-3's lander onto lunar surface. Also coming up, situation remains grim in Himachal Pradesh. 13 deaths reported in just 48 hours as rains wreak complete havoc. And shifting focus now to news from the Supreme Court. The Constitution Bench, headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, heard the submission on behalf of the Union Government on the abrogation of Article 370. Here are the details in this report.
The Supreme Court continued hearing petitions on the cases challenging the dilution of Article 370 of the Constitution for 10th day. Constitution Bench, comprising Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice S.K. Kaul, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, Justice B.R. Gavai and Justice Suryakant heard the pleas. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta presented arguments in favour of abrogation in the top court.
The key words really in 5 are united in a federation.
In a federation. So, that is the first stage of losing sovereignty. The moment you sign accession, and it is accepted.
Solicitor General Tushar Mehta also shed light upon the welfare schemes reaching the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
That's the argument, my lord. We are conscious of that. And, my lord, I'll also bear in mind your lordship's very, very pertinent observation that ends may not justify the means. I'll also show to your lordships the means adopted strictly within the constitutional parameters and as per various judgments of your lordship. But that's, my lord, after, my lord, the factual chronology.
Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud urged the SG Tushar Mehta to look at the arguments the petitioners made. Responding to the query, SG Tushar Mehta pressed on the constitutional parameters.
I'm just trying to show that the argument that Jammu and Kashmir had a special status from the beginning, which continued till date, is factually wrong. The foundation is wrong. And 286 states were in the process of framing that constitution during this period of late 30s.
The petitioner's side completed their arguments in the top court yesterday. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And the BRICS, a group of nations, has invited 6 new countries to join the grouping, the debate over the expansion of BRICS. That's the Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa bloc.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The situation in Himachal continues to remain grim. 12 new deaths reported in the past 24 hours, with 6 people still missing. Rescue operations are currently underway. Heavy rains likely to continue over Himachal Pradesh today, according to a Met Department forecast. It also says that heavy rains are expected over Uttarakhand, Eastern UP, West Bengal, Bihar, Sikkim, Odisha and Jharkhand. Amid the collapse of the main Bari Bridge, Bari police have decided to restrict commercial vehicle movement on alternate routes during peak hours. The Superintendent of Police has written to Deputy Commissioners of Chandigarh, Mohali, Panchkula and Ropar, urging them to manage traffic flow. A parallel situation has emerged in another Mandi district village in Himachal Pradesh. Thalut village, situated on the Chandigarh-Manali National Highway, has witnessed around 120 residents evacuating their homes due to the sinking of land and hazardous cracking. Met Department issues yellow alert for Himachal Pradesh, predicting moderate to heavy rainfall amid threats of flash floods and landslides that have ravaged the hill state. A hut near the banks of the river Ganga was washed away due to soil erosion in Naugatia of Bhagalpur district. And shifting focus now to news from the Supreme Court. The Constitution bench headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud heard the submission on behalf of the Union Government on the abrogation of Article 370. Here are the details in this report.
The Supreme Court continued hearing petitions on the cases challenging the dilution of Article 370 of the Constitution for 10th day. Constitution bench comprising Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice S.K. Kaul, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, Justice B.R. Gavai and Justice Suryakant heard the pleas. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta presented arguments in favour of abrogation in the top court.
The key words really in 5 are united in a federation.
In a federation. So, that is the first stage of losing sovereignty. The moment you sign accession, and it is accepted.
Solicitor General Tushar Mehta also shed light upon the welfare schemes reaching the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
That's the argument, my lord. We are conscious of that. And, my lord, I'll also bear in mind your lordship's very, very pertinent observation that ends may not justify the means. I'll also show to your lordships the means adopted strictly within the constitutional parameters and as per various judgments of your lordship. But that's, my lord, after, my lord, the factual chronology.
Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud urged the SG Tushar Mehta to look at the arguments the petitioners made. Responding to the query, SG Tushar Mehta pressed on the constitutional parameters.
I'm just trying to show that the argument that Jammu and Kashmir had a special status from the beginning, which continued till date, is factually wrong. The foundation is wrong. And 286 states were in the process of framing that constitution during this period of late 30s.
The petitioner's side completed the arguments in the top court yesterday. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And the BRICS, a group of nations, has invited 6 new countries to join the grouping. The debate over the expansion of BRICS, that's the Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa bloc, topped the agenda at the 3-day summit in Johannesburg in South Africa. Here's more in this report. Take a look.
The 15th BRICS Summit held in Johannesburg concluded on Thursday. Prime Minister Modi, who was in South Africa to participate in the first in-person summit of BRICS nations since 2019, made global.
You're watching Live and Breaking, and former United States President Donald Trump surrendered in Georgia today in connection with the 2020 elections case against him. Donald Trump was later released on a bond of $2 lakh US. Century Laminates gets you this detailed report. Take a look.
Former US President Donald Trump surrendered in Georgia 2020 election case. Donald Trump was later released on a $2 lakh US bond.
What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. And everybody knows it. I've never had such support. And that goes with the other ones too. What they're doing is election interference. They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning. And this is one instance, but you have 3 other instances. It's election interference. So I want to thank you for being here. We did nothing wrong at all. And we have every right, every single right, to challenge an election that we think is dishonest, that we think it's very dishonest.
Addressing the media after his release, Donald Trump called his arrest a travesty of justice and an election interference. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And coming up, rousing reception for Prime Minister in Athens as hundreds gather for welcome. Also, ISRO releases fresh video of Pragyan's rolling down from Chandrayaan-3 lander onto the lunar surface. And the BRICS group of nations has invited 6 new countries to join the grouping. The debate over the expansion of BRICS, that's the Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa bloc, topped the agenda at the 3-day summit in Johannesburg in South Africa. Here's more in this report. Take a look.
The 15th BRICS Summit held in Johannesburg concluded on Thursday. Prime Minister Modi, who was in South Africa to participate in the first in-person summit of BRICS nations since 2019, made global headlines. From the stage of BRICS, PM Modi said that despite the turmoil in the global economy, India today is the fastest growing major economy in the world.
India's proposal to create a generic framework for mapping global value chains is important. This framework aims to assess vulnerabilities, minimize risks, and enhance resilience.
On the final day of the summit, BRICS leaders announced addition of 6 countries as its new members. Prime Minister Modi said that the modernization and expansion of the grouping is a message that all global institutions need to transform.
Friends, ब्रिक्स का विस्तार एवं आधुनिकीकरण इस बात का संदेश है कि विश्व के सभी इंस्टीट्यूशंस को बदलते समय की परिस्थितियों के अनुरूप ढलना चाहिए। ये एक ऐसी पहल है जो 20वीं सदी में स्थापित अन्य ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के रिफॉर्म के लिए एक मिसाल बन सकता है।
Prime Minister Modi even hailed India's strong relations with Africa.
एक्सेलेंसी, भारत ने अफ्रीका के साथ संबंधों को उच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। उच्च स्तरीय बैठकों के साथ साथ हमने अफ्रीका में 16 नए दूतावास खोले हैं। आज भारत अफ्रीका का 4था सबसे बड़ा ट्रेड पार्टनर है और 5वां सबसे बड़ा निवेशक देश है।
And highlighted India's mantra of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
कि 3 दिन की इस बैठक से
Mr. Shivan, you know, when the Prime Minister hugged you and consoled you, it was also the Prime Minister's way, the way he supported ISRO, and that gesture must have meant a lot to everybody at ISRO.
The way he hugged, the way he tapped the back, really it was soothing. And also I felt the way he consoled me, I felt that the entire nation was hugging me and consoling me. Yes, we are behind you.
We are the first country to land in the south pole of the moon as well. So what is your message, sir?
It's a thing of great pride to us. Not that we did it in ISRO, but it's the whole country did it. The confidence that you give out by this process that we can also achieve as much as the powerful nations have achieved.
There were some people at that time who put a hashtag India failed. They don't understand how difficult a moon landing is.
The first experiment what we are doing, it will have unknown unknowns. And that unknowns happened for us on that day 4 years back. It's a good that unknown happened there so that we could correct ourselves, and the failure we learned a lot. That failure only made us success today.
Hello, Moto. Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
So, with the top headlines at 12 p.m., China seeks bilateral meet. India opts for short lobby conversation, calls for complete disengagement at the LAC. The AIMIM chief questions Prime Minister Modi's meet with Xi Jinping. Government hits back, rebuts to charge. After a power-packed BRICS Summit, Prime Minister Modi kickstarts historic visit to Greece. Rousing reception for Prime Minister in Athens as hundreds gather for the welcome. ISRO releases fresh video of Pragyan rolling down from Chandrayaan 3's lander onto the lunar surface. And we start with the newsbreak that's coming in. A fresh controversy stoked by Rahul Gandhi. While he was speaking in Ladakh, he said and compromised on national security once again, repeating his claim that China has snatched land from India. Remember, this comes even as Prime Minister has set the record straight with Chinese President calling for complete disengagement at the LAC. And with this, Rahul continuing with his rant and repeating that charge and claim, saying that the land has been snatched by China and compromising thereby on national security once again. Note that this is not the first time that Rahul Gandhi has made such claims, and this even as India has set the record straight, especially in that bilateral meet that was held of Prime Minister Modi with Xi Jinping. Listen in to that remark that was made by Rahul Gandhi as he repeated China snatching India's land claim.
लद्दाख एक स्ट्रेटेजिक जगह है और यहां आने पर, खासतौर से जब मैं पैंगोंग लेक में था, तो एक बात बिल्कुल साफ है कि चाइना ने हिंदुस्तान की जमीन ली है। हजारों किलोमीटर जमीन हिंदुस्तान की चाइना ने हमसे छीनी है। और दुख की बात है कि हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री ने ऑपोजिशन की मीटिंग में कहा कि हिंदुस्तान का 1 इंच किसी ने नहीं लिया है। यह सरासर झूठ है। लद्दाख का हर व्यक्ति इस बात को जानता है कि लद्दाख की जमीन चाइना ने हिंदुस्तान से ली है और प्रधानमंत्री जी सच नहीं बोल रहे हैं।
Rahul Gandhi fear-mongering once again, compromising on national security. Not the first time across that, of course, that Rahul Gandhi has stoked this controversy, questioning our forces and making that remark of China claiming India's land and India's territorial integrity being compromised. But this is another such remark that he's made while he was addressing the youth in Ladakh. He repeated his claim that China has snatched land from India, and this even as Prime Minister set the record straight with Chinese President Xi Jinping calling for complete disengagement at the LAC. Once again, listening to those remarks that were made by Rahul Gandhi, where he peddled lies and said that China has snatched India's land.
लद्दाख एक स्ट्रेटेजिक जगह है और यहां आने पर, खासतौर से जब मैं पैंगोंग लेक में था, तो एक बात बिल्कुल साफ है कि चाइना ने हिंदुस्तान की जमीन ली है। हजारों किलोमीटर जमीन हिंदुस्तान की चाइना ने हमसे छीनी है। और दुख की बात है कि हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री ने ऑपोजिशन की मीटिंग में कहा कि हिंदुस्तान का 1 इंच किसी ने नहीं लिया है। यह सरासर झूठ है। लद्दाख का हर व्यक्ति इस बात को जानता है कि लद्दाख की जमीन चाइना ने हिंदुस्तान से ली है और प्रधानमंत्री जी सच नहीं बोल रहे हैं.
All right, let's go across to Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP also joining us. Mr. Sirsa, good morning. How do you react to this? It's complete irony. On one hand, India is talking tough to China, and there you have Rahul Gandhi peddling lies once again.
राहुल गांधी जी का काम ही झूठ बोलना बन गया है. चाइना एक इतनी बड़ी कंट्री है, उसके पास इतने रिसोर्सेस हैं, इसके बावजूद चाइना भी एक बार भी नहीं क्लेम कर पाया कि हमने भारत की 1 इंच भी जगह ली हो. चाइना भी खुद एक बार भी क्लेम, कहीं झूठा क्लेम भी नहीं कर पाया किसी टेरिटरी पे कि हमारे पास 1 इंच भी जगह हो. दूसरी तरफ लद्दाख के भी किसी आज तक रेजिडेंट ने नहीं कहा कि हम तो भाई इंडिया में रहते थे, तो अब तो हमारा चाइना में चलेगी, हमारी जमीन तो वहां चलेगी. किसी ने आज तक क्लेम नहीं किया. भारत की सरकार से लेके, भारत की आर्मी से लेके, BSF से लेके किसी ने ऐसा क्लेम नहीं किया. लेकिन राहुल गांधी हैं कि चाइना की भाषा बोलने से बाज ही नहीं आते. हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री ब्रिक्स की मीटिंग में चाइना को दो बात कर रहे हैं और कितना टफ स्टैंड वहां पे ले रखा है. और हमारे देश का ही एक लीडर जो है ये पूरे देश को दुनिया में एम्बेरस करने का काम कर रहा है. आप कल्पना कीजिए, ऐसे में दुनिया में हमारी क्या छवि बचती होगी जब पार्टी का एक सीनियर लीडर जो कांग्रेस इतने साल रूलिंग पार्टी रही है, उसका एक सीनियर आदमी ऐसी बातें कर रहा और भचकने वाली बातें करे, झूठ बोले. क्या भारत देश की स्थिति बनती होगी विदेशों में ऐसे लोगों के कारण सत्ता हासिल करने के लिए ये बार बार चीन की भाषा क्यों बोलते हैं? और वो भाषा जो चीन खुद नहीं बोल रहा, वो भाषा राहुल गांधी चीन के लिए बोल रहे हैं. बड़ी हैरानगी की बात है.
Mr. Sirsa, another question that needs to be asked from the Congress also at this point is, would you agree that they need to be telling us that what exactly is the proof they are seeking when it comes to those border areas, when India has time and again made it absolutely clear that India's territorial integrity has not been compromised?
Definitely, it is not just the proof they need to provide us. In fact, now to Rahul Gandhi is very much at Leh itself. He is there in Ladakh. He should tell them what proof he has to prove that this land which belongs to earlier to India is now with China. He needs to tell this country. And as I told you earlier, neither any state China has claimed this, neither the people from Leh Ladakh has claimed this, but one gentleman speaking up, waking up in the morning and saying कि मेरे को रात को सपना आया जी कि जमीन चलेगी. मतलब what ये it's not just a bundle of lies, but ये हमारी आर्मी के लिए भी एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल और क्वेश्चन मार्क खड़ा करता है हमारी आर्मी की क्रेडिबिलिटी के ऊपर. हमारे देश की क्रेडिबिलिटी के ऊपर सवाल खड़ा कर देते हैं ऐसे लोग. आप कल्पना कीजिए, जो लोग आज लेह में हमारी आर्मी के लोग रात दिन वहां जवान हमारे जो पैरा देते हैं, जो BSF के लोग पैरा देते हैं, उनके ऊपर क्या बीतती होगी जब ऐसा एक नौसिखिया बच्चे की तरह बातें करने वाला आदमी ऐसी बयानबाजी करता है, तो उन पर क्या बीतती होगी.
Yes, Mr. Sirsa, thank you for speaking to us. Let's take a word from Major General KK Sinha also joining us. Major General, good morning. Sad and unfortunate indeed that Rahul Gandhi is once again trying to peddle lies. Your message to those who are questioning our forces time and again, and this time Rahul Gandhi repeats his charge that China has taken India's land.
Jai Hind and good afternoon. This is not very unfortunate what he said, not unfortunate, it is pathetic. Someone he is supposed to be very responsible because he is from the opposition, and as opposition leader, he is peddling, all wrong in spite of the fact that he has been on ground. So where he is moving? If he has gone to Ladakh, I believe he is also going to Pagangso and then going towards the Siachen, traveling on those roads which has now been constructed along the LOC. And if you are so worried, something has gone wrong, we should go to those petroleum points. It is all through this land. Now, yesterday, there is a major breakthrough. Everyone knows after COVID, the China wanted to have that extremism, and that's why they came in 2020. They tried to take 1 inch of ground, and what happened in Galwan, that is what actually only happened on ground. People gave it life, 20 or, under the leadership of Suresh Babu, they did it. And more than, double the number, the casualty was there from Chinese side. And now, when the breakthrough, yesterday, major breakthrough in the BRICS Summit, where Xi Jinping and Modi, they met And Prime Minister Modi has shown that, it is very important, the peace and tranquility on the border and respecting the LAC. What is respecting the LAC? Yes, they have come because they came that time in the garb of doing the, exercise, which we also do it as a, we do it, Operation Alert. We go there with a huge number. But they are not following. That is the actual thing on ground. And that is called de-escalation. We have to de-escalate. We have got 60,000 troops this side and they are 60,000. Then, the 19th round talk of the Corps Commander had identified that we will identify, which points we will, might be, or both the sides can do the full. No need for. These are the things which is actually happening on ground based on the 3 or 4 agreements which we have got. So this, it is something like that,
Yes.
And if someone is trying to see the number of times, it doesn't become the tip of the ground because the brave Jawans are holding those grounds on by foot 24/7, 365 days a year. So if he is so concerned, why did he, when those 17 Dokram happened, why he was having the party with the Chinese that time? The problem is that what these people wanted to do it, by design, by something, by doing something wrong on ground.
Yes, sir.
What is not. Now they are trying to make the point that it happened, and India's stand is very clear that the condition on the LSE will decide our bilateral relations with the China, and that is loud and clear. And yesterday, the Modi also repeated to Xi Jinping when they met with the sidelines of BRICS and the lounge.
Well, absolutely, Major General, appreciate you speaking to us and hope that message also goes across to all those who are questioning the forces that India's territorial integrity has not been compromised and not an inch of land has been ceded to China. With that, once again, listen in to Rahul Gandhi questioning our forces and saying that land has been snatched from China of India.
लद्दाख एक स्ट्रेटेजिक जगह है और यहां आने पर खासतौर से जब मैं पैंगोंग लेक में था तो एक बात बिल्कुल साफ है कि चाइना ने हिंदुस्तान की जमीन ली है। हजारों किलोमीटर जमीन हिंदुस्तान की चाइना ने हमसे छीनी है और दुख की बात है कि हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री ने ऑपोजिशन की मीटिंग में कहा कि हिंदुस्तान का 1 इंच किसी ने नहीं लिया है। यह सरासर झूठ है। लद्दाख का हर व्यक्ति इस बात को जानता है कि लद्दाख की जमीन चाइना ने हिंदुस्तान से ली है और प्रधानमंत्री जी सच नहीं बोल रहे हैं।
So there you heard Rahul Gandhi repeating that claim which he has been making for a long time now, claiming that how China has taken away India's land and peddling lies thereby when it comes to India's territorial integrity. Let's go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi as well. Good morning, good afternoon. If I can get your reaction to this, to the kind of remarks that are coming in from the opposition leaders, questioning our forces time and again, and this even as India has spoken tough with China when it comes to de-escalation on the LAC.
Look, the simple fact of the matter is that on matters of national security, in all mature democracies, there is a bipartisan consensus, which unfortunately is just not there in India. And on matters relating to China, Pakistan, terrorism, when we speak in multiple voices, we do ourselves no good service. We, in fact, needlessly undercut our international negotiating position. The simple fact is what is at stake in Ladakh is the patrolling right to our perceptions of the LAC. Now, this is where China took advantage of COVID and tried to surprise us in 2020 in Ladakh. I think the reaction of the Indian Army was armed forces was extremely professional, and absolutely we carried out mirror deployment, and then we exceeded the Chinese deployment. We were able to occupy, the Kailash range, which overlooks the Chinese divisional headquarters, and we shook the Chinese. In the Galwan clash, we were able to inflict heavy casualties, though the Chinese tried to lie to their people. The simple fact is that over 35 of them had been killed in that bitter hand-to-hand fighting. The simple fact, however, is that China is yet to resolve the issues in Devsan and the Demchok areas. Especially in the Demchok plateau, they are trying to prevent our patrols from going almost 18 kilometers to their patrolling points, their perception of the LAC, which we had been doing in the past. This needs to be resolved. The Prime Minister has given a very firm message. We refuse to accept an official one-to-one meeting. And however, it was conveyed informally that in case China wants peace on our border, there can be no business as usual, and they will have to disengage, they will have to de-escalate, they will have to pull back. It is they who started this, not us. And if they want peace, it cannot be business as usual and trade as usual with them in still not pulling back from Devsan and the Demchok areas.
Well, absolutely. Major General, appreciate you speaking to us. So India there having a tough talk with China, making it amply clear that the only resolution is de-escalation from those friction points along the LAC. And even as India has had a straight talk with China, there you heard Rahul Gandhi peddling lies once again, saying that land has been snatched from China of India.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Quick look at news in brief from across the country. In Himachal Pradesh, Mandi District Administration delivered a consignment of food items and medicines to remote areas of the district with the help of Air Force choppers. 14th Battalion of the NDRF rescued 51 stranded people from cloudburst sites in several villages of Mandi district in Himachal Pradesh. Taking a swipe at Chief Minister KCR and the BRS government in Telangana, the state BJP chief said that the Union Home Minister would address farmers of Telangana on 27th of August in Khammam. In Telangana, farmers have been neglected for the last 9 years under Chief Minister KCR's rule as Home Minister Amit Shah addressed rally.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सीनियर लीडर, भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी इसी महीने 27 को तेलंगाना प्रदेश के खम्मम शहर में एक किसान सम्मेलन में एड्रेस करने वाले हैं।
Meanwhile, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren has moved the top court against ED summons against him. Chief Minister Soren has challenged the ED summons in the Supreme Court. This as the Enforcement Directorate had summoned the Jharkhand Chief Minister for questioning on Thursday. RJD leader and Bihar Minister Tej Pratap Yadav was seen pushing a party worker. The video that has now gone viral shows Tej Pratap confronting and shoving party worker who is believed to be from the RJD itself. The Bihar minister can also be heard using abusive language after the confrontation. We slip into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you the latest as it's now politics that has ensued over Prime Minister's meet with Xi Jinping at the BRICS Summit. Also coming up on the other side, highlights from Greece as Prime Minister embarks on one-day official visit to the country.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
And shifting focus now to news from the Supreme Court. The Constitution Bench, headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, heard the submission on behalf of the Union Government on the abrogation of Article 370. Here are the details in this report.
The Supreme Court continued hearing petitions on the cases challenging the dilution of Article 370 of the Constitution for 10th day. Constitution Bench, comprising Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice S.K. Kaul, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, Justice B.R. Gavai and Justice Suryakant heard the pleas. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta presented arguments in favour of abrogation in the top court.
The key words really in 5 are united in a federation.
In a federation. So, that is the first stage of losing sovereignty. The moment you sign accession, and it is accepted.
Solicitor General Tushar Mehta also shed light upon the welfare schemes reaching the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
That's the argument, my lord. We are conscious of that. And, my lord, I'll also bear in mind your lordship's very, very pertinent observation that ends may not justify the means. I'll also show to your lordships the means adopted strictly within the constitutional parameters and as per various judgments of your lordship. But that's followed after the factual chronology.
Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud urged the SG Tushar Mehta to look at the arguments the petitioners made. Responding to the query, SG Tushar Mehta pressed on the constitutional parameters.
I'm just trying to show that the argument that Jammu and Kashmir had a special status from the beginning, which continued till date, is factually wrong. The foundation is wrong. And 286 states were in the process of framing that constitution during this period of late 30s.
The petitioner's side completed the arguments in the top court yesterday. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
You know, when the Prime Minister, how you consoled you, it was also the Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister is on a one-day official visit to Greece. In fact, just a while ago, the Prime Minister arrived in Athens for talks with the European country's top leadership to strengthen bilateral ties. Remember, this visit is significant in many ways that as Prime Minister, Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister to visit the country in the last 40 years. And in just the next few hours, we will see Prime Minister Modi holding talks with the Greek Prime Minister, the President, and also interact with the business community. First up, listen into a reaction that's coming from Arindam Bakshi on what is exactly expected from the Prime Minister's visit to Athens.
From Athens International Airport in Greece, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has just arrived here from Johannesburg after attending the 15th BRICS Summit. A packed day of engagements lie ahead in Athens. He will little later lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Thereafter, he will meet the President of Greece and then hold talks with the Prime Minister of Greece. He will also meet with business leaders from both sides. Before departing, he will have an interaction with the community who are all excited to receive him after the success of the Chandrayaan mission. All in all, a very productive day ahead.
So, Prime Minister Modi arrived just a short while ago in Athens. He will now be interacting with the business leaders as well as with the Indian community in Athens during his day-long visit. Listen in to the reactions that have come in, the voices of the Indian diaspora in Athens.
ਵੈਲਕਮ ਜੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ, ਸਿੱਖ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਨੂੰ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਮੋਦੀ ਜੀ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਜੀ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸ਼ਲਾਘਾਯੋਗ ਕਦਮ ਚੱਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜੋ ਆਪਣਾ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦਾ ਰਸਤਾ ਖੋਲਿਆ। ਆਪਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਥਾਨ ਤੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ। ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਕਦਮ ਚੱਕਿਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਵਧੀਆ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਾਂਘਾ ਖੋਲਿਆ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਛੋਟੇ ਸਾਹਿਬਜ਼ਾਦੇ ਦਾ ਜੋ ਦਿਹਾੜਾ ਮਨਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੀ। ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਦੀ ਲਹਿਰ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਵੈਲਕਮ ਸਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਤਹਿ ਦਿਲ ਤੋਂ ਕਰਨਗੇ।
And with that, we slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest video that's been released by ISRO of the Pragyan rover as it landed on the moon surface. Also, days after Ajit Pawar's revolt, Sharad Pawar says no split in party. Ajit Pawar is still our leader.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
And shifting focus now to news from the Supreme Court. The Constitution bench headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud heard the submission on behalf of the Union Government on the abrogation of Article 370. Here are the details in this report.
The Supreme Court continued hearing petitions on the cases challenging the dilution of Article 370 of the Constitution for 10th day. Constitution bench comprising Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice S.K. Kaul, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, Justice B.R. Gavai and Justice Suryakant heard the pleas. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta presented arguments in favour of abrogation in the top court.
But key words really in 5 are united in a federation.
In a federation. So, that is the first stage of losing sovereignty. The moment you sign accession and it is accepted.
Solicitor General Tushar Mehta also shed light upon the welfare schemes reaching the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
That's the argument, my lord. We are conscious of that. And, my lord, I'll also bear in mind your lordship's very, very pertinent observation that ends may not justify the means. I'll also show to your lordships the means adopted strictly within the constitutional parameters and as per various judgments of your lordship. But that's, my lord, after, my lord, the factual chronology.
Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud urged the SG Tushar Mehta to look at the arguments the petitioners made. Responding to the query, SG Tushar Mehta pressed on the constitutional parameters.
I'm just trying to show that the argument that Jammu and Kashmir had a special status from the beginning, which continued till date, is factually wrong. The foundation is wrong.
Good afternoon. It's 12:30. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. It's Friday afternoon, tracking all the top stories. Let's begin first up with the top headlines at 12:30. Prime Minister talks tough with China, calls for complete disengagement. Opposition questions Modi-Xi Jinping meet.
तो एक बात बिल्कुल साफ है कि चाइना ने हिंदुस्तान की जमीन ली है। हजारों किलोमीटर जमीन हिंदुस्तान की चाइना ने हमसे छीनी है।
In Ladakh, Rahul takes pro-China line once again, repeats China took away our land line. Prime Minister kickstarts historic Athens visit, receives rousing welcome by the Indian diaspora. ISRO releases visuals of Pragyan rolling down from Chandrayaan 3's lander onto the lunar surface. Days after Ajit Pawar's revolt, Sharad Pawar says no split in the party. Ajit Pawar is still our leader. Countdown to mega G20 summit in the national capital on 9th of September begins. And it's 12:30. We continue to be live and breaking. Getting in news break, rather a big lead that's coming in the Madhusmita Shukla murder case, with the Supreme Court now refusing to stay the release of former UP Minister Armani Tripathi and wife serving life term in this case. Further, the Supreme Court has also issued notices to the UP government, the Armani Tripathi, as well as Armani Tripathi and his wife as well. And with this, we are now given to understand that they would be released. So former UP minister and his wife are set to be released from the jail. So it's release. So that's the lead that's coming in this case, with Amar Mani and wife set to be released from the jail, and Supreme Court refusing to stay release of Amar Mani Tripathi. So it's a setback for the former UP minister, and well, they are said to be released from the jail, convicted for murder of a poet. They would now be released. All right, let's go across to Akhilesh, who's getting us this news break. Akhilesh, tell us, what does the Supreme Court order mean with the Supreme Court refusing to stay release of former UP minister and his wife?
बिल्कुल, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने साफ किया है कि हम अभी इससे कोई स्टे नहीं लगाएंगे। हम जब तक यूपी सरकार का रिस्पॉन्स नहीं देख लेंगे कि यूपी सरकार ने क्या रूल्स को फॉलो किया है या नहीं फॉलो किया है, उसके तब तक हम कोई भी स्टे इस पर नहीं लगाएंगे। और कोर्ट ने ये भी क्लियर कर दिया कि हमारे पास पावर है कि अगर रिलीज भी हो गया होगा और रूल के अकॉर्डिंग उनको रिलीज नहीं किया गया होगा तो हम वापस जेल भी भेज सकते हैं। फिलहाल उन्होंने इससे नहीं लगाया है। 8 हफ्ते में यूपी सरकार से जवाब मांगा है। यूपी सरकार के जवाब के बाद ये तय होगा कि क्या जो रूल फॉलो किया गया है कि नहीं किया गया है, क्योंकि जो पिटिशनर है निधि शुक्ला, उन्होंने ये आरोप लगाया है कि 14 साल तक ये जेल में नहीं रहे, उम्र कैद की सजा के दौरान ये हॉस्पिटल्स में रहे और ये उत्तराखंड में इनको ट्रांसफर किया गया था। ये उत्तर प्रदेश की गोरखपुर और लखनऊ की मेडिकल कॉलेजेस में रहे 14 साल तक, इसलिए इन्होंने सजा को नहीं पूरा किया, इसलिए टेक्निकली इन्हें रिमिशन नहीं देना चाहिए, इन्हें माफी नहीं दी जा सकती है। ये सारे सवाल कोर्ट के पास है। कोर्ट ने इन्हीं सवालों पर जवाब मांगा है यूपी गवर्नमेंट से। अब यूपी गवर्नमेंट के रिस्पॉन्स के बाद ही पता चलेगा कि क्या कोर्ट आगे क्या इस पर करती है। फिलहाल उन्हें रिलीज करने पर कोई रोक नहीं है और रिलीज अगर कर दिया जाएगा तो कोर्ट ने ये भी क्लियर कर दिया गया है कि अगर रूल के अकॉर्डिंग नहीं होगा तो इन्हें वापस जेल भी भेजा जा सकता है। तो फिलहाल नोटिस हुआ है और नोटिस के बाद यूपी सरकार से सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जवाब मांग लिया है। That's it.
All right, Akhilesh, thank you for those details. So that's the Supreme Court order that has come in. The UP Prisons Administration Department has also issued an order, and with this we now understand that the accused are set to walk free from the jail after 16 years in prison. It's ex-Samajwadi minister and his wife who have been in jail for the last 16 years. The Supreme Court refusing to stay the release of the duo, and with this they are set to be freed from the jail. This is in relation to a murder case of poetess Madhumita Shukla. All right, so that's the latest that's coming in. Former UP minister Amar Mani Tripathi and his wife Madhu Mani, serving life terms in poetess Madhumita Shukla murder case, are likely to be released from the jail later today. Now, this is the statement that has also been given by the Gorakhpur jail superintendent of police. The prisons department had on Thursday issued an order for the premature release of Amar Mani Tripathi, citing the state's 2018 policy on remission since they have completed 16 years of imprisonment. The department also cited their old age and good behavior, as Amar Mani is 66 years and Madhu Mani, his wife, is 61. Remember, they are lodged in the Gorakhpur jail and they are set to walk free. This is in relation to a case that dates back to 2016. They've been in jail since for the last 16 years, and they served as ministers in the SP regime, or rather a minister in the SP regime, and he's set to walk free from the jail with the order that has kicked in from the court. So Amar Mani Tripathi and his wife have been lodged in Gorakhpur jail for the last 16 years, and they will be released from the jail on presenting a bond as well. So it's former Samajwadi minister and his wife who are set to walk free from the jail, and this as the Supreme Court has refused to stay release of the duo.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The Indian Space Research Organization today released a new video of Chandrayaan-3 rover ramping down from the lander to the lunar surface. Earlier, they also shared a photo of Chandrayaan-3 lander on the moon's surface clicked by Chandrayaan-2 orbiter high-resolution camera. Sources have informed that there was a pending request from the Chinese side for a bilateral meet, and India opted for a short lobby conversation as the two leaders held an informal conversation in the leaders' lounge during the BRICS Summit. Addressing the B20 Summit, Chairman of Tata Sons and Air India, Chandrasekaran, hailed India's growth story, as he went on to say that India's growth journey will shape the world's future. Row over Kaveri water continues as Union Minister Shobha Karanjale has requested the Karnataka government to stop release of the Kaveri water, saying, and I quote, Karnataka has received less rainfall and the dams are not yet full. If Karnataka government releases water like that, what can the Prime Minister do about that? These were the words of the Union Minister. Over a month after Ajit Pawar split from the NCP and joined the BJP camp, NCP party Supremo Sharad Pawar said that there is no conflict between him and his nephew, and also added that he continues to remain their leader. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren skipped the second summons from the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in connection with an ongoing money laundering case related to fraudulent sale of land parcels in the state capital. In latest update, has even moved the Supreme Court against it. FIR has been registered against Jharkhand BJP State President in Ranchi for allegedly making derogatory and defamatory remarks against the Chief Minister's family, for which he's now been booked. The Ministry of Railways has constituted a 4-member high-level panel to inquire into the cause of collapse of an under-construction railway bridge in Mizoram's Aizawl district, in which 22 workers lost their lives. 41 students from an ashram school in Maharashtra suffered food poisoning and are currently admitted in a local hospital for treatment. The condition of 6 students is reported to be critical. Baramulla police has booked 54 drug smugglers. These hardcore drug peddlers were operating from the districts of J&K as per the J&K police. And the countdown has begun for the G20 Summit in the national capital that will be taking place next month. It's day 2 of the G20 Trade Ministers meet that will be taking place in Jaipur today. Here's a report on the highlights from day 1 of the Trade Ministers meet. Century Laminates gets you this report. G20 delegates celebrated Chandrayaan-3 success as rover rolled out of Vikram lander, marking the 14-day space exploration. Watch these glimpses of joy as G20 delegates held high India's tricolour to mark Chandrayaan 3 success.
भारत की इस बड़ी सफलता, जिसमें इतिहास में पहली बार दक्षिणी छोर पर कोई भी लैंडिंग हुई है मून में, चांद के ऊपर, उसकी सफलता पे सभी ने भारत को बधाई दी, भारतवासियों को बधाई दी, 140 करोड़ लोगों को बधाई दी।
As India conquered the moon, ISRO team is now set for Aditya L1 and Gaganyaan mission after scripting history with the moon mission. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
People are...
And with that, we slip into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, Rahul Gandhi stokes yet another controversy, takes pro-China line once again, repeats China took away our land jibe. Prime Minister kickstarts historic Athens visit, receives rousing welcome by the Indian diaspora.
How you consoled you. It was also the Prime Minister's way of telling you and everybody that he is standing resolutely behind ISRO. Of the Prime Minister, his visit, the way he supported ISRO, that gesture must have meant a lot to everybody at ISRO. The Prime Minister had complete confidence in the ISRO team.
The day he heard, the day he turned back, it was soothing. Also, I felt the day he consoled me, I felt the entire nation was seeing me and consoling me. We are behind you. Go ahead very strongly with the message activity. That message I got on that day. And that only made us think about the actions, which now yesterday enjoy the fruit of that.
Simply, these two images given on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mr. Shivan with us today. These two images, the story really is that we must not come to judgment very quickly. The story really is that we must not become cynical by nature. The story really is that we must understand behind every success and complicated means of this, it's easy to pass comment, to actually execute something. And such perfection is very difficult. And I think the message out of all this that I personally see is that we must not come to take judgment. There are some people at who have to act in faith. They don't understand how difficult a moon landing is. They don't understand how complicated it is. They don't understand the overall success rate is about 40%, and that's of the superpowers of the world. So I think for me, really the learning from all this Mr. is it's very easy to say why the lander not land, why it was the problem. Look at SpaceX, look at NASA, but it's only somebody who's on the ground understands what goes into the whole process. I think that rather for a lot of other people, it's easy to criticize a cricket, but it's difficult to hit a 1 century. Similarly, it is easy to pass judgment on scientists. It's difficult to achieve what scientists have done. Therefore, I think the bigger story is the same leadership. Always remember.
Sir, I fully agree with you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In news that's just coming in from Mizoram, where the Ministry of Railways has constituted a 4-member high-level panel to inquire into the cause of collapse of an under-construction railway bridge in Mizoram, which claimed lives of 22 workers. The committee will submit its report within 1 month time from the date of formation, according to an order that's also been issued by the Railways Ministry on Thursday. So, a high-level panel that's been constituted to probe into the bridge collapse incident, which has claimed lives of 22 workers. It's the Ministry of Railways that's constituted a 4-member panel to investigate what exactly were the reasons which led to the collapse of this bridge, in which 22 workers lost their lives and several others sustained injuries. Let's go across to Aniruddha for more details on that. Aniruddha, tell us once again, what do we know so far? What exactly was the reason as a result of which the bridge collapsed, claiming lives of 22?
Yes, this bridge collapse has claimed at least 23 lives in Mizoram's sideline, and body has been spotted by the rescue team. And
visuals that are coming in of Prime Minister Modi in Athens with the dignitaries present, and he's all set